Good morning. We'll call this meeting to order. Welcome to the 268th meeting of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. I'd like to begin this meeting with a land acknowledgement. We want to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge that the council regularly meets in Seattle, Washington on coastal Salish land, specifically the lands of the Duwamish, the Suquamish, and the Muckleshoots peoples. The council wants to honor the Indigenous peoples who have stewarded this land across generations and continue to do so. We are glad to be part of this community and to honor the culture, resilience, and tradition of these coastal Salish peoples. Thank you. So our agenda for this meeting is available on the council's e-agenda site. As always, we intend to go through the agenda in order, but items may be taken up earlier or later than they are listed on the schedule, depending on how we progress. So are there any objections or changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we have an agenda. We're now ready to move on to our B reports. We're scheduled to receive eight reports under this section. However, some of them are written reports only. I'll provide an opportunity for the council members to ask questions on the written report if they so choose. As a reminder to the public, we will receive all of the B reports and then we'll take public testimony. So please sign up at the end of the e-agenda before the conclusion of the BA-IPHC report if you wish to testify. Thank you. So I'll hand this over to Dave for the executive director report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to announce that Ms. Katie Latanich is working for us as a fishery analyst, serving as climate program manager. Katie, could you give a wave so people know who you are? Many of you already know her from her many years as director of the Fishery Leadership and Sustainability Forum and a recent work in organizing the Council Member Ongoing Development Workshop in 2022. Katie was hired with the IRA funds that are soon to be provided to the council from National Marine Fisheries Service. She has a master's degree in environmental management from Duke University, and her initial tasking is to coordinate the IRA projects, including development and tracking reporting mechanisms, planning for the two-day climate scenario planning workshop in June, and you'll hear a little bit more about that from her shortly, and assisting with the programmatic evaluation of fishery management approaches with respect to climate resilience. So welcome aboard, Katie. We're very pleased to have her on board. The staff did formally submit our two proposals to NOAA grants for the portion of the $20 million Inflation Reduction Act funds that are available. We put in for the $375,000 funding in December, and we put in for $2.125 million before the end of January. And there's a summary of that second project-specific proposal attached to the B1 report, and I'd be happy to answer questions as I can on that. You saw really already in December, at the December meeting, really we scoped out what that was going to look like, and we haven't made too many changes. We did put together some metrics for success and a timeline as was required for the proposal submission, along with the budget details. And if there are no questions on that, and I can answer those questions at any point during the meeting, but if there are no specific questions on that right now, I'd like to ask Katie to come up and provide kind of a summary of her planning relative to the climate scenarios workshop that will be held in conjunction with our June council meeting. Ms. Latanich.
I think we have a question while we're working on the mic here, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Mine works very well. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Witherell, I did have a question. I was going to wait till the end, but this seems like a good time on the IRA funding proposals and the three portions, I think, track really well with what the council direction has been. I just wanted to get a little more clarification on the direction to develop and implement. And the one I'm looking at is the local knowledge and traditional knowledge on-ramps. And I'm just asking the context of us just, a few meetings ago, actually approving a protocol and a set of on-ramps. So I just wanted to maybe clarify we weren't redeveloping the work that the task force did and the council went through and approved, and see what you meant by developing and implementing those.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. The question, at this point, what the council approved was really a general approval of the on-ramps and how we might incorporate that information. And I think the programmatic evaluation will allow more public input on how we will do that, how that will be implemented, how we will actually pull that information together and make it available and useful for council decision making. And that piece is yet to be fully fleshed out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Ms. Latanich.
Thank you. Oh, that works well. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Again, my name is Katie Latanich. I joined council staff earlier this year as the climate project manager to coordinate the council's IRA and climate readiness work. So today I'm just going to give a quick update on where we are with the climate scenarios workshop planning process and how this workshop fits into the larger body of IRA funded work. Oops. So as was discussed at the December council meeting, we are moving forward with planning this workshop for, June 5th and 6th in Kodiak in conjunction with the June council meeting. That'll be June 3rd through the 11th. So the workshop will fall during the meeting itself, but it's not part of the formally convened council, AP, or SSE sessions. On the slide, there's an excerpt from a similar workshop approach that we used for the 2018 Ecosystem Science Workshop, which was actually 6 years ago at this hotel. So that just shows you that we kind of paused all the other sessions to allow everybody to participate, including the public. So it's going to be important to communicate clearly to the public what this workshop is all about and how it's evolved, because it has changed a lot since the concept of a workshop first started with the Climate Change Task Force and the Ecosystem Committee. It's important to emphasize now that this is, it's still a product of the Climate Change Task Force, but it's also a council-led meeting that's meant to inform the council's future work. It's also an idea generating opportunity, but it's not meant to result at that meeting in any votes or formal recommendations or decisions. And very importantly, it's not just a Bering Sea workshop. It's meant to be inclusive of all regions, not the Arctic, of course, but Aleutian Islands, Gulf of Alaska, and Bering Sea. We have had some questions about this. So it's important to make this point very clear. And we're looking to all of our advisors and SSC members and council members to help communicate this to your networks as well. So the workshop and the council meeting will be held at the Kodiak Area Native Association Marketplace. And this is a brand new venue that just opened. So all of the meeting sessions and the workshop will be held in this building. So if you've been to previous meetings in Kodiak, you may remember moving between different buildings and rooms for different meetings. So this time we'll be all together under one roof. So to retrace our steps a little bit, this workshop is now a really big milestone in this new phase of climate readiness planning, and it has its origins in the Climate Change Task Force's work. But of course, we have these two big new developments with the announcement of the IRA climate readiness funding available to the councils and the council's motion last year to initiate development of the programmatic evaluation. So together, these are kind of three concurrent pathways for climate readiness planning. And so this workshop serves a lot of different purposes. It's still one of the final deliverables in the culmination of the Climate Change Task Force's work. It's also a chance for us to start thinking about tools and approaches that could be explored through the programmatic evaluation process and potentially through management policy amendments that follow from that. And it's also the first step in the IRA work plan. So you can see this diagram that's been updated for this meeting showing that this workshop is kind of one of these big first milestones that helps kick off this longer stream of work. So because the workshop now spans and links all of these climate readiness efforts, I spent some time thinking about the workshop purpose and objective statements to think about how we can more clearly communicate how all of these things are linked. Again, linked across efforts, that this is a workshop that includes all regions, and that this is the first step in a much longer process. So we did suggest updating the purpose statement for this workshop. The change is this text in blue that explicitly links the ideas that could come out of this meeting to steps the council could consider for implementing a climate resilient management policy through the programmatic evaluation process. I also suggested some updates to the workshop objectives, and I want to be really clear that this is not suggesting any changes to what we're doing with the workshop. It's just an attempt to be more specific about why and how we want to have this conversation about improving climate resilience. So the first objective is very similar to what the CCTF has already proposed. The second two in blue echo the language that's used by the CCTF in the climate readiness synthesis, as well as the kinds of questions that the council is going to be thinking about through the programmatic. So for example, what already works well for supporting climate resilience, what could be better, and what are some of the benefits and caveats of being able to respond more rapidly. And then the final objective I suggested also comes from the CCTF's original workshop description. I just think it's worth pulling this out as a separate objective in its own right because of a robust, inclusive process for thinking about the council's climate readiness efforts as a broader theme of the IRA proposal. So these are still draft objectives. We can keep wordsmithing or changing these, but again, the plan is just to more clearly communicate kind of the elements of why and how we're having this conversation. So there's room to keep refining these, and I think we'll plan to finalize these for the April meeting. So as you've heard previously, our intent is to use both case studies and hypothetical scenarios to anchor our discussions and make them specific. And they both have their strengths. Case studies are, they relate to people's lived experience. They provide a common frame of reference, but they can also be contentious, right? Because they're rooted in people's experience and decisions that were made and impacts that were felt. And then hypothetical scenarios can be a way to stretch our thinking. So I think we'll involve some combination of the two. The conceptual diagram that's on the slide, I know there's been a lot of discussion about this. Again, it's a visual to think about how the future could look different from the present. And there could be other ways of visualizing this. There could be other axes. There could be multiple axes. It could be three-dimensional. I think it's really important to emphasize that we see this diagram as a planning tool and a way to help us think about how we structure the agenda and to organize the ideas that come out of the workshop. But we don't expect that this conceptual framework is literally how we'll walk through the workshop. So for example, we don't expect to walk through scenarios 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. We have heard from some feedback that this is kind of difficult for everybody to kind of keep in their minds. And we don't want to, we want to make this discussion accessible and not let the conceptual diagram make this more confusing rather than, serving as a tool. So it's going to be really important that any hypothetical scenarios are very simple, concise, and relatable. So we understand concerns that scenario planning can be too broad and not lead to specific outcomes. So I see that as my big task is to really think about what can we do well in our 2 days in this setting that can make sure that we generate or maintain our focus on generating very specific actionable steps that are within council authorities and jurisdiction. So it's very much a planning and facilitation task. It involves developing clear prompts and very specific tasks to focus our breakout sessions. It's also very important to make sure that everybody at the workshop sees their own experiences and concerns reflected in the case studies and scenarios we choose. So public participation is going to be a very important part of this workshop. The intent is for all participants to be active contributors. We'll have options for in-person participation in Kodiak for anybody who attends the council meeting, of course. And we'll also have a virtual component, but it's not just dialing in and listening to the meeting. What we'll do is have concurrent Zoom breakout sessions so that if you're participating virtually, you can essentially be a part of the same conversation simultaneously. So we'll have in-person breakouts and then parallel conversations that are all virtual by way of Zoom. We do plan to ask people to register, so just so we can get a sense of how many people plan to participate and how many sessions we'll need. So we plan to open up that process in April. A few communications points I want to share. We want to let people know this workshop is happening and that we want the public to join. So there are a few things we're doing. If you look at the council's website, there's now a new dedicated climate readiness page under fisheries and issues. Within this, you can see there are some drop-down menus for the climate scenarios workshop. Oops, I shouldn't touch that. The Climate Scenarios Workshop, the Inflation Reduction Act, funding and work plan, and then the programmatic evaluation process. So our intent is to keep this updated so people can look here for the latest information on all of these efforts. There's also a front page spotlight that links directly to a workshop page. And there's also a one-page flyer that you'll see in this meeting's briefing materials. And we welcome you to share this with your networks. Finally, one last thing I've done is created an interested parties email list. This is just something new we're trying out, but it would be nice to have an easier way to communicate with people who want more regular updates about Council's climate readiness planning, what we're doing with the IRA funding, and information about the workshop. So certainly people don't need to sign up for this just to get information about the workshop. It's just another way to reach people more frequently. Finally, one last thing we're thinking about is holding a series of pre-workshop webinars to help build interest and kind of get the conversation started before the meeting. Those of you who are familiar with the other regions' climate scenario planning efforts may have seen that there was a big lead up to some of those meetings where they had, webinars to talk about some of the climate science and the scenario planning process. So I think this could be a good approach for us too, to have some just kind of informal, maybe 1 hour webinars that are short, accessible, conversational, where we start talking about the climate science we have available to work with, start talking about the use of scenario planning. There could be other topics too. So we'll continue thinking about that idea and logistically how we would do that. So that's pretty much it for my update. Some milestones in our planning process. We have a climate change task force meeting coming up at the end of February. We'll continue developing scenarios and case studies. I think that's probably my most important message for this update is the work of developing our conversations really takes time. There's kind of an art to developing a workshop discussion plan, and a lot of that comes through conversations and refining our approach. And we're just at the very beginning of that process, but I look forward to sharing more information about specifically which case studies, which scenarios, and how we plan to go about these conversations. So that's it. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Latonich. It looks like we have a question, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Latonich. Can I move this chair? I was, you were going a little quickly for me. I wanted to go back to the workshop purpose and objectives, and the purpose of the blue writing in your slides. Do you have the original, do you have the council's direction on the purpose and objectives in here? It was the blue an additional update? And I'm sorry, I'm on slides, looks like 8 and 9, 8 and 10.
Sorry about that. Thank you for the question. Through the chair. I thought I did have a slide with the original purpose and need statement. So I'm sorry, could I ask you to repeat the question? You were asking where the blue text came from and what the original looked like?
Yeah, I did ask. I had thought the council had approved an original like purpose or set of objectives for the workshop. And I wanted to know where that was in the slides.
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, my understanding was the council improved the intent and overall direction of the workshop and not specifically a purpose, need statement, and specific objectives.
Can you remind me again then what the blue part is on this slide and the slide? They're labeled 8 and 10. Sorry, there's no 9. Slide 8 and 10.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. So the blue text is just a sentence I added that links the purpose of the workshop more specifically to the programmatic evaluation process, because when this original purpose and objective statement was developed by the CCTF, that kind of predated the initiation of the programmatic process.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to talk or hear from you a little bit more. I mean, this is clearly a public workshop with a lot of hopefully public input into the process. I don't know quite how to ask this, but if there are, is the intent that the public could try to provide some objectives or places that we want to go with climate readiness. And then we would have to have our SSC or another science panel determine like what that implementation might look like? Or is there a focus of this workshop on some of the science that would be needed to see if we are ready to implement a particular tool, particularly for our tax setting process or something like that? I just wanted to get a sense of how science oriented this workshop is, or is it really kind of setting, here's where we want to be, and then we'll need something further to determine how to implement that.
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, I think we have to be very cognizant of what we can do in 2 days. And so I see this very much as an idea generating workshop where we focus on the things people would like to be able to do through the council process to facilitate climate readiness. And some of that will touch on the science that is needed. But when you look at the IRA work plan, there are 2 separate streams of work where one is focused on management policy and process, and the other is focused on science. So I think it's going to be really difficult to disentangle those 2 things, but I think part of the intent of the workshop is to brainstorm understanding that some of the ideas that come up may be supported through the science that you currently have available, and some may not. So I absolutely think there will need to be further discussion of, whether or not you have the scientific capabilities to support the ideas that people are interested to pursue.
And I appreciate that. I think this will be important. That's why I'm asking all the questions. I do think the council was pretty explicit about some objectives for the workshop because we were directly asked to put our heads together on what that should look like and focus it. So maybe I just an ask to try to look back in the record to see what that looked like and make sure that we're still consistent with that original direction. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions right now. Appreciate your report. Mr. Withrow?
Thank you. I would note that the AP and the SSC has elected new chairs and vice chairs for their bodies, and you'll hear the results of that in their minutes and report if you haven't already. At the request of the North Pacific Research Board, we've noticed that there are vacancies on their advisory panel and science panel, and I provided the information there for those that might be interested in applying. In addition, the state of Alaska is seeking to fill 3 seats on the North Pacific Board, and I put the contact information there for you for those people that might be interested. I've included a list of the council staff and council member activities that I knew of since the last meeting, as well as an update on the committee and plan team meetings that are scheduled. What I wanted to bring to your attention are the events this week, actually today. We have a joint council AP lunch scheduled for today on the 28th floor in the Vista Room. So it's the top floor of this hotel, and it's really set up for you to build some relationships with your AP members. So I encourage you to sit with some AP members that you don't know and go ahead and introduce yourself. Good opportunity. Additionally, tonight, the Seattle fishing industry is hosting a community reception from 6 to 9, and I put a flyer attached for that event. Lastly, I've invited Dr. Craig Rose and Dr. Brad Harris to provide the council with an overview of North Pacific fishing gear research and the fishing effects model. A lot of this information is used in quite a few different agenda items throughout the year. So I thought that having this report during the B reports would make sense at this time. So I'd like to invite Brad and Craig to come up and provide their presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Brad Harris, and I'm a professor of fisheries ecology at Alaska Pacific University and a member of the North Pacific Council's SSC. And with me is Dr. Craig Rose. I will let Craig introduce himself, but just as context to get a sense of Craig's scope of expertise, when Craig started to work on fishing gear research for NOAA, I was 3 years old. And so, he promised that wouldn't be embarrassing if I mentioned that, so.
Hi there. Go ahead and flip I guess need to get you to flip the slides there for me. Yeah, as he said, I'm Craig Rose. I worked for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center for 37 years, something like that. Mostly around fishing gear research. And I'm going to be presenting a talk about some of that research. Yeah, go ahead. You can do that piece. Turn your mic off.
So, Madam Chair, our plan today is, Mr. Witherall mentioned, is to cover several topics. The first focus will be on fishing gear research and a summary of relevant literature that Dr. Rose will cover. I will then cover the fishing effects model and current operations and potential uses. And if there's time, we will conclude with a brief overview of some forthcoming work that we think will be relevant and interesting to you. As Mr. Witherall mentioned, the purpose of our presentation is really to provide you with information as it regards some of the information products that are coming to you in the analyses that you're seeing. In particular, at this meeting, items to do with red king crab, spatial management, issues that directly relate to fishing gear. And so our hope is that you'll feel free to ask questions. One question for you, Madam Chair, is because of the nature of the presentation, we should probably take questions after each of the sections, but we want to be respectful of your time. And so does that sound like a good approach?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Rose.
Here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I mentioned, I worked for Alaska Fisheries Science Center for a lot of years, and the research here is done by that group. I wanted to assure you, though I'm retired from there, so not speaking for the center or the agency. And this research was supported by the AFSC Conservation Engineering Program and the North Pacific Research Board. Want to talk about what council actions are most affected. I apologize. I moved this slide up from the end just to get it the idea in the head, but kinds of issues that this research might inform or informs essential fish habitat actions, and a lot of that is through Brad's kinds of fishing effects models, actions that change fishing gear to reduce habitat impacts or bycatch, termed conservation engineering, which is where we worked. And that could either be requiring gear by regulation or merely encouraging voluntary use or motivating them by bycatch quotas. And then bycatch management, things like closures or things where unobserved fishing mortality becomes an issue. This first slide is about a study by Bob McConaughey's group back in 1996, where they mapped all the fishing effort up to that point, and found this area where there was a lot of heavily fished area right adjacent to unfished area, and sampled 42 paired sites there with a survey trawl, and they found that stocked attached animals were more abundant in the unfished area, but most of them were not statistically significant. Mixed responses for modal animals, and most species were smaller in the highly trawled areas, though only two significantly. The same group went in 01 and 02 to doing an experimental fishing test where they paired 6 control and impact corridors in an area that was that had not been historically fished, went back, laid down 4 benthic trawl tows, sampled with a survey trawl and benthic grabs, and looked at it before the fishing, immediately after the fishing, and 1 year later. They found little change in the overall benthic biomass or species composition. In fact, there was a storm that came through just after they got started with the sampling after the fishing, and they had to pull back for 10 days, came back, and actually the effects of that storm that was seen in the control corridors were as significant as the effects of the fishing, which was surprising to folks. This is an experiment was done by the Auk Bay lab, where they took tire gear, which is the picture there, is basically tires stacked right together, which was a gear that at the time was being used for fishing in heavy bottom areas. It is not in use these days. And then they went down with an actual submersible with people inside it, and looked at it immediately after trawling and a year later. They found displaced boulders, about 20% of them, and many sponges and anemones had been damaged or removed. The detectable effects were limited to the 5-meter wide path of the tire gear itself, not the entire path of the trawl that they were using. And the effects definitely persisted after 1 year. Now, some of you will know about the raised sweep research that we've done in the past. This came out of the discussions around essential fish habitat, an idea for reducing impact with not through closures or other means. And the idea was that the sessile stalked invertebrates of the Bering Sea are not real tall. If you could only raise the sweeps a little bit, there's the potential to greatly reduce damage. And the little picture of the sweeps and the trawl over there to the side shows that the sweeps for flatfish trawls really make up about 90% of the area being affected by the trawl, potentially affected by the trawl. They herd fish into the mouth of the net itself. And this change was accomplished just by putting widely spaced bobbins. What the fishery is using now are 10-inch bobbins put 90 feet apart. First tests were with a twin trawl, finding out if this gear reduced the flatfish catch. Because if you put in gear that reduces the flatfish catch, they're just going to have to tow further to catch the same fish and hence increase your potential effect. So we didn't want to go that way. 2 trawls fished right next to each other at the same time, and found that flatfish catches were not reduced with the smaller set of discs. And in fact, surprisingly, pollock catch was increased with the larger discs. To look at habitat effects, we took what we consider the most vulnerable habitat stalked invertebrates, which are sea whips. They stand 3 feet or so tall, get up to that. And we found an area with them in it. We did 6 trawl tracks, the vertical green ones, north-south, and then went across it with this sled that you have in the picture there, before it, after, a day after, and week, month, and year after trawling. And on that sled, well, here, the sled, as it crosses each trawl track, you've got areas outside the effect of the trawl that were sampled, the areas of the sweeps, as well as the areas of the foot rope that we could assess. And we were assessing with an acoustic camera, high resolution, and a video camera. In terms of seafloor contact, you could see that the contact area was greatly reduced. And the picture of one of these tracks is it is only a few centimeters deep. In terms of the sea whip effects, we looked at the condition of the sea whips, whether they were knocked over or damaged or upright. And basically you can see, as you can see with the blue is what happened with the conventional sweeps. About 20% or so, 20 to 25% were affected. Whereas the yellow, that was that amount of effect was greatly reduced. And that was consistent across the different time periods that I cited. Unobserved mortality rates of crabs. The approach we took here was to take nets right behind the sweeps and capture the crabs that had just been affected by those sweeps. And then we also had a control net that was out in front of the trawl, unaffected crabs, capturing unaffected crabs, so that we could adjust for the effect of any of being captured in our sampling net and hauled aboard. We also did on the right there recapture nets behind the foot rope of the trawl to look at that. Each crab brought aboard. Most of the crabs, or a large number of the crabs, were held in onboard tanks, but we took reflex assessments, the presence or absence of 6 different reflexes. The number of reflexes missing was related to the likelihood of the crab dying for the held crabs, and that relationship was used to estimate the likelihood of dying for the rest of the crab that we didn't hold. So for all 3 of the major commercial crab species, the proportion dying went down considerably. And no, we did not create a paleo crab. This is just, it was not significantly different. There were slightly more in the control, alive in the control, than there were in the ones recaptured. Just a statistical anomaly. When we started looking at the foot rope designs, the upper left one was the one that we used in that original study. And you can see a lot of steel components across that foot rope. And when we went to the actual flatfish industry, they said, no, we are not using that much steel, and we're using higher clearance than that one that you used in the initial work. And so we went back and did 3 other foot rope designs. And in this time we used a recapture net that covered the whole foot rope area. So we were recapturing all of the crab that escaped under the foot rope, and could compare that to the number that ended up in the trawl net itself. And that's relevant to unobserved mortality. So as you can see from the results here, yes, that heavier, smaller clearance foot rope had much higher mortality rates than, ooh, what did that do? It did. Previous, there it is. Sorry about that. Much lower effects with the gear that better represented the current use of foot ropes in the flatfish fisheries. With the recapture of the nets, of all of the fish going under, you can estimate the number that go under relative to the number that were caught. And so that's that upper, oh boy, okay, we will be right on that. Stop. Okay, well, we'll deal with it at this point. And that's the upper left. And of course, we had the mortality rate of crabs going under, so we could estimate the number of unobserved mortalities per crab caught. This was not estimated in the original report, but when things came up for the snow crab effect, the analyst Cody was saying, you know, if we had just kind of a broad idea of what that was, it might make a difference, because he did it for like 500, 5,000 in terms of mortalities. And as you can see, the estimates for this from this experiment was between 1/2 to 4 crab, unobserved mortalities for crab caught. Okay, final study was looking at pelagic trawl modifications that might reduce seafloor effects. Another NPRB project is this image represents the current foot ropes that are commonly used, just a chain with dropper chains to a fishing line to which the nets are attached. But we went and concentrated all of the weights into some small 6-foot sections, and that could have bobbins on the sides or not. And we put tilt sensors to measure the clearance all the way around. And that pretty much came out that the rope sections were as intended off the bottom. It varied somewhat with the rope material that was being used. And then we went through and did basically the same thing with the sea whips, trawl tows crossed by imaging sleds. The eye-catching bit on your right is a picture of the imaging sled. It was actually a panel across the mouth of hung low across the mouth of a trawl. And this is a picture forward from the foot rope. The sled had a sonar on it, a height sensor, cameras, and we did the same thing and saw relatively small seafloor contact, 2 to 16% of the whole width of the trawl, small sea whip effects, less than 10%. In fact, most of them much less than 10%. The picture on the lower left is the trawl sonar. And as you can see, trawl was really pretty much compressed onto, and this is the pelagic trawl, onto the seafloor with the clearance that we had measured, but that smaller clearance is below the resolution of what trawl sonars will tell you. You can have 3 to 10 inch clearance, and it doesn't show up at all in the trawl sonar. And then we also saw variable contact across the net as we went by with the sonar. Several of the chain marks were missing. Those chains were actually off the bottom, and that led to a further set of studies of, wait a second, what parts of the foot rope are actually down during fishing versus not, which feeds into the fishing effects study. So anyways, this is the repeat of that earlier slide and the point at which I'm happy to take questions, and then we can hand it over to Brad.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. Looks like we have a couple questions, Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Rose. This was informative. I have 2 questions. One of them is regarding the video that you were showing. It was unclear where is that camera pointing in front of the net or off the cod end behind the net?
No, we put a mesh panel across the mouth of the trawl forward of the foot rope. And so that camera was actually sitting on the foot rope of the trawl, looking forward at the panel that we were using as a place to mount the cameras and sonars. No, and this was not the impact trawl, which was a pelagic trawl. This was a trawl that we were using for a different study.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is regarding the reflexes of the crab and the tanks on the boat. Were you taking those crab right after they're captured and checking to see how responsive they were and then holding them until they either lived or died? Or if you got one and it was sort of not moving very much, you just assumed it was a mortality?
Through the chair. I was forgetting that. My apologies. Yes, you described it just right. We took them out of the nets as quickly as we could. In fact, actually, we put them in a holding tank, a temporary holding tank in water. And then as quickly as we could, we scored them for their reflexes and then put them in the long-term holding tanks. So most of them only had, at the most, they had like 10 minutes of recovery time. A lot of them were assessed immediately. Go ahead, Brad.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think I just realized, Mr. Mesereau, you were asking about whether the camera footage was from the trawl that was potentially having an impact on the bottom. That's not where the camera was. The camera was deployed on the, that you saw that footage from was the tool we used to assess the impacts after the experiment was done. And so the CWIPs that you can see are in the corridors that were already trawled or were the control corridors.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rose. And I was back on the estimating unobserved crab mortality slide. So that was, they're not numbered, but I think it's 17.
Da, da, da. This one?
Yes, that one. And so I just wanted to make sure I understood this. This was from the bottom trawl work. And these were calculations that you did after the report was published, but you provided at some point to the council because the
Yes.
data existed. Okay.
Yes, through the chair, we estimated and gave figures. Oh, I love this. Yeah, oh, right. The two upper things were estimates that were provided in the report, but sticking them together to estimate number of unobserved mortalities per bicaught crab is what we did. I did after the fact. In fact, I gave Cody the data hoping he would do it, but he was very involved in getting the analysis itself together. But yeah, this wasn't in the report itself. The two sets of data that fed into that estimate were, and this was an NPRB report, not a full publication.
Thank you. And so I'm, as a follow-up, Madam Chair, that I just wanted to make sure I was interpreting this right. So you were able to capture all of the crab in that second net. So if I was using the 16-inch bobbin as an example, you caught a little over 80 crab and a little less than 4 were killed.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, about 80 crab per crab in the net, caught in the net. And about 4.5% of those died is what we had. You may notice, if I may, the 24-inch bobbins, the bigger ones, actually had a lower number there, which you'd expect the opposite. It turns out when we went back to the data, the two on the left were done in an earlier year, and the fishing line, the net, was sitting on top of the rollers, whereas in the 24 year with the 24-inch, it was pulling back from the middle of the rollers. So the net itself was actually closer to the bottom, even though it was bigger bobbins. And that's the reason we got for that unexpected result there. And that really makes the point that small differences in rigging can make a big difference in the results that you get. So I'm not suggesting that these be used as strict management numbers, because you have to know how the gear is being fished to know to what extent they apply. But for the purposes of order of magnitude question that Cody was asking, I think it was useful to say, okay, it's closer to 5 than it is to 5,000.
Thank you. Mr. Down.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Rose. My question is on the McConaughey work earlier that you presented, but and I'd seen this before, but I hadn't remembered this, that you said that there were 2 species that were smaller in the high trawl areas versus the unfished areas. And I'm just curious, I hadn't remembered that, but that the but there was only two that were significant. Do you remember just offhand what those two species were that were significantly smaller in areas that had seen high trawl?
Through the chair, frankly, I don't. They were a stalked invertebrate. I think there's probably something like anemones or that kind of things. And there were many that were, most of that kind of animal were less, but not significantly less. And that was a paper, a follow-up paper that was about 4 years after the original study. So if you're only seeing the original study, you might have missed that one.
Yeah, Madam Chair, another question. So, and thank you for that. That helps a lot for me because I was thinking a different road than anemones and that kind of thing. So that helped clear that up for me. Thank you. And on the recapture nets, can you just clarify for me how you calculate that? And I know that we've seen this study many, many times, and so I don't want to belabor that much, but in the recapture net, it would seem like the recapture net is not gonna recapture 100% of what's missed or what went under the foot rope or under the sweeps and those kind of things. So what calculation do you use for that to try to figure out how effective these recapture nets are at recapturing, really taking a good snapshot of what's being missed?
Yes, that is a very good point. We did not have recapture nets behind the recapture nets to do that estimate. The numbers are on the assumption that the recapture nets were capturing all of the crab that passed under the main gear. The foot rope of the recapture nets were designed to be very small and heavy and likely to capture, but we did not have direct observations that could confirm that.
Mr. Scotto?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. Going back to the slide 17, just for probably a real simple question. Unobserved crab mortalities per crab caught. What constitutes a crab caught? For all the samples, whole crabs that came up?
This would be whatever estimate you're getting out of the bycatch sampling by the observer program. I agree there are issues in some of that with partial crabs, and that would be a question for the observer program in terms of how they estimate that. In our study, we took anything that was a majority of a crab, and we had some crab legs and other pieces in there, but so on that could affect our numbers a very small bit. I was on board those. That was not the dominant piece of the crab. We were doing very short toes to make sure that we affected the crab as little as possible so that we get them in whatever most represented the state when they were immediately after encountering the trawl. So it wasn't as if they were being stirred around with a big catch of flatfish for hours. It was all toes were 15 minutes maximum.
Thank you. Second unrelated question. On slide 5, effects of the storm are more detectable than trawling. Can you give me a general idea of the depth of the area that this test occurred in?
Less than 50. It is definitely in the depth that storms affect the seafloor. And this is in the section to the east of the crab zone. I think it's 512 is the area that has been closed. So I think we're in the 100-meter, 50, less than 100-meter, less than 50 fathom area. I'd have to look at the paper itself to see what that was, but it's definitely a depth where significant storms can affect the seafloor.
Thank you.
Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Rose, just following up on Mr. Sakata's last question, just a couple of other questions, because this is an interesting one that I think the council was really sort of struck by the observation that at least in some areas, sometimes winter storms can have more effect than fishing effects. But it is never, as I've been thinking about that, it never really occurred to me to ask, what kind of a winter storm was that? Was that a fairly typical winter storm, or was that more along the lines of a, something approaching a Typhoon Merbach?
I am fairly certain that this work was done during the summer months, so it was not a full-bore winter storm. The paper has some, it was definitely strong enough that they had to suspend operations. The paper has some detail on that. I am not recalling those details. So that's what I've got.
Then a direct follow-up to Mr. Sakata's second question. When the council does things like work with the fishing effects model, do we have a sense of how much of the Bering Sea shelf in total is inside and how much is outside of those zones you were referring to, where the bottom is either likely or not likely to be affected by winter storms? So we have a sense of how much of the Bering Sea we can sort of expand this kind of a observation to.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. It's depth related, definitely, and the severity of the storm. So it's not going to be a line. It's going to be a gradient of effects of storms. I am not aware of studies that actually score that across the range. It's definitely a limitation of this kind of study is you take it in one time and place, and there are unique things about every time and place across the whole study. And this is one study in multiple decades and took a huge amount of effort to accomplish. So our ability to do that across, to make this kind of measurement across many things is very limited. So there are probably geological, hydrological ways of estimating the severity of the movement, but I don't think that's been done. Go ahead, Brad.
Thanks, Craig. If I may, Madam Chair. So this is an area of ongoing research, Mr. Twite. And so one of the reasons why we did not implement a direct natural disturbance energy regime component in the fishing effects analysis, which I'll describe earlier in this region, but we did in New England, is due to lack of synoptic information. So Dr. Rose is referring to individualized studies that occurred given location, time. It's very difficult to draw inference from that to the broader domain without a tool to do so. The degree of physical oceanographic model sophistication for the region on the eastern seaboard around Georges Bank far exceeds what we have here, largely to do with the proliferation of other sources of data. So moorings and all sorts of things that provide real-time information to those models. We were able to actually incorporate benthic boundary shear stress. So the amount of physical force exerted on the seafloor given a certain amount of flow. And in the instance of Georges Bank with similar depths to the Bering Sea, we estimate roughly on a 2-week cycle because of the M2, S2 lunar solar forcing for tides. About every 2 weeks, roughly half of that domain becomes mobile. So the shear stress forces exceed the critical values associated with moving those sediments. And so we have published a number of papers on the distribution and then the potential effects of that sort of dynamic system. What you touch on is an incredibly important part of this conversation. So water is 800 times more dense than air and 50 times more viscous. And so a 3 or 4 knot current can exert forces similar to what's on the hood of your car traveling 50 miles an hour down the highway. And so unless you're a diver or someone that spends a lot of time underwater, it's very difficult to visualize that type of forcing and experience. And so it's a factor, and it's something that we grapple with as scientists attempting to unpack effects of disturbance.
Thank you. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Rose, related to the pelagic trawl work, I'm not sure to what extent you're familiar with the state of the art of sensors and cameras to be able to detect pelagic trawl contact with the bottom. But if you are, I wonder if you could sort of characterize what do we know about that? To what extent can sensors and cameras today give us a sense of the interaction between pelagic trawls on the bottom?
Thank you. Through the chair. There's a couple of pieces to this. As I mentioned, the trawl sonars are mounted on every one of these pelagic trawlers, and they will, if it gets a long ways above the bottom, you will see a separation. But there is an area that is not contact, but still, as you can see in this, show, the sonar returns are joined. So that, so that's the limitations of that. For our studies, we used these little tilt sensors, which we hooked over the foot rope. And so when they came across the bottom, they would tilt back. Brad has in his presentation a further refined set of these. But the difficulty with these is they require people to go out and attach them to the foot rope, go off, and then take them off the foot rope when they're recovered, and download the data. So they're definitely a research tool at this point. I have seen some commercial versions with acoustic links. I have never heard of anyone actually, well, no, they are not particularly usable either at the ones that I have seen, which granted those are probably a decade or a couple of decades old. And they're, but yeah.
And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bit broader question, and a lot of these I see are NPRB projects, but this kind of body of work certainly led to changes in how fishing gear operated and in changes in regulations. And I'm wondering if you can just characterize briefly, like what it took to make this happen. Like, was this truly agency driven? Was it industry driven? Was it just timely? The fact that you could go back a year later and continue to have some continuity and funding and effort and resources to go back and do that it's impressive, I guess. And I'm wondering if you can characterize for us what it took to get this done.
Thank you for the question. That is a piece that I had left through the chair. Each of these studies took at least 5 years, including getting them proposed and getting them on the water, and took an incredible amount of participation from the fisheries. really need to be working with the fishermen on this kind of study, because otherwise you can end up measuring something that is apples to their oranges in terms of what they're fishing. You know, it needs to be relevant, and you need to know what kinds of things are easy to change and which are difficult, which is important. And we had great industry partners for all of these studies. And I shudder to think what our studies would have looked like without them. But yeah, I think that is what I have. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a quick question for you, Dr. Rose. And I'm sorry if you mentioned this already, but for the pelagic gear study, was that performed on CVs or CPs? Did you get any operational feedback too on deployment or challenges? in the Study. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. This pretty much, and it's kind of a mismatch because it is very difficult to do this kind of study on a catcher processor. So most of these studies were done on catcher vessels. In fact, that's where we got the mismatch of that foot rope, is we used the catcher vessel's foot rope on that initial study. And it turns out that was something he had used for cod in the Aleutians. But so when we went back to the Amendment 80 group, they said, no, that's not what we use on the Bering Sea. So that's one mismatch that we got into, but the only catcher processor study was the twin trawl, and that was a vessel with a very specialized winch arrangement that allowed us to do that. But mostly to be able to actually charter someone and do a direct research study, catcher processor scale vessels are just beyond the reasonable range of any research project. There are some things you can do during fishing, you know, and working with that, but it's pretty limited in terms of the kind of control you need to do to get a valid scientific study.
Thank you for that.
I think we've got, Brad has, might want to let Brad give his.
Dr. Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Craig. That was great. So this is always the challenge at this point, right? We've got this body of literature that's evolved over time, specific studies with very specific objectives, hypotheses, sampling methods, and what we call treatment effects, which type of gear was used, which habitat was present, how much natural disturbance was there. And then we have broad scale questions at the scale of our fisheries management processes, right? So at the scale of stock areas and large zones over which we typically have very limited studies. So a couple of things to point out in his summary of the literature for this region, Dr. Rose did not review 50 different scientific papers. There's a handful, and they all focus on trawls because these have been the focus primarily in terms of the potential for gear effects. At the same time, pots, long lines, and even jig gears also contact the seabed, for which we have very few studies. And so what I'm going to talk about next is efforts that were initiated really back in 2005 and have continued to grow in a really strong collaborative structure to try and operationalize this information at scales that are relevant to U.S. regional fisheries councils. And as you are grappling now with complex issues that are charged with large, intense sets of feelings and perspectives, so councils in the past have had to deal with this for many, many years. And so these tools are really built in direct response to the requests for information from fisheries councils, primarily the New England Council and the North Pacific Council. And so the fishing effects model is just a tool that pulls together available information as derived from VMS and observing, fisheries observing, attempts to or connects that with information about the gear. As Dr. Rose summarized, the specific configurations of the gears really matter. and allows us to make two different types of estimates that are useful generally to the decision-making process. One is, where are we fishing with what gear? So the footprint of these fisheries, what is the estimated amount of actual interaction between these gears and the benthos and the seabed and the associated organisms? And ultimately, what does the literature tell us about the expected outcomes from those interactions, which we operationalize in the form of an impact and then an associated recovery? And so the fishing effects model is simply a tool that pulls together that information and presents it in a form that is aligned with your time and space scales for decision making. And so I'm going to walk you through the sort of the basic operational components in order to hopefully enhance your understanding of these types of information products as you are receiving a deluge of them in your assessments and reports from staff and other scientists. So the foundations of this work really emanate from the first real substantive EFH reviews that began in 2005 and in 2010. And when I say substantive, this is in response to some court rulings. The council process and the agency really stepped up its focus on efforts to quantify essential fish habitat and then subsequently look at the adverse effects of fishing. And so there was, here in this region, Dr. Rose and others led the development of the Long-Term Effects Index model, LEI. In New England, relatively simultaneous to this process, I was working there at the time as a researcher, developed the Swept Area Seabed Impacts model, the SASE model. And ultimately, the sort of lessons learned in both of those activities were incorporated into the development of the fishing effects model here in the North Pacific, incidentally, which has now been adopted for use in the New England region as a sort of an upgrade to the SASE model. So these tools all have some basic things in common. And I'm going to give this worked example through what we do here in the North Pacific now. But it starts off with who's fishing where with what and how much. And so the very first piece of this workflow is to gather information that is put together in what we call the Catch in Areas database. This is managed by the National Marine Fisheries Service. And it combines the VMS information from these fishing events with observer data to parse those vessel tracks into fishing events. And so this is really important, and you should, I guess, be aware of the high degree to which this information is available in this region compared to other regions. And this is largely due with the high level of observer coverage that we have. It's very difficult to parse fishing events out of a VMS track simply based on speed. So a lot of things that change the speed of a vessel that aren't fishing events. And so we're able to resolve most of the events that happen in our region and in terms of an actual track where the vessel went and what gear it was using. So the gear is the next piece. Now, once we know where these locations are, the length of the line could be a long line, it could be a set of pots, it could be a trawl. We can attribute that specific event to a type of gear. And so we have, led by Dr. Rose, who helped at the early stages with some really great advice and the structure that he helped develop for the LEI model. We went to the fishing industry with requests for detailed information associated with their gears. And that key information was, how wide is this gear? What's the potential area for impact? And what is the expected amount of bottom contact? This was augmented by information from the literature and from other studies, but I have to say that's very, very limited because of the nuanced nature of fishing gear. A bottom trawl in the North Pacific isn't the same as a bottom trawl in New England. Indeed, there's lots of variation. And so we wanted to capture that. Currently, there are 73 different specific designations and parameters associated with the gears in this region. And I'll get into that a little bit more. But once we have those events and the gears connected, there's some relatively simple things that we can do. We can provide you with an estimate of the amount of swept area associated with these fishing activities across space and across time. And we refer to that typically as a fishing footprint. So this is the zone over which there could be an interaction with the gear, but it isn't representative of bottom contact. We have to address that as a separate component. And so we also, as part of that exercise together, the gear information, the bottom contact values that we use within the fishing effects model were also derived. Those values are presented in the gear tables. We call them as ranges because there's a fair bit of uncertainty associated with that. And the way the model operates is it selects a value at random between that range of expected contact at each time a phishing event comes up. So we're capturing that uncertainty as we move through these calculations and ultimate predictions. So I'll talk a little bit more, but I want you to think about the phishing module component of the phishing effects model versus the habitat module, because when we present information on swept area, phishing footprint, or bottom contact, it includes no information about habitat. It's simply about phishing. So to operationalize the habitat information, the results of the studies that Dr. Rose described, along with basically all the other studies that are relevant in terms of the global literature, that's the second component. And that begins first with defining the habitats. So we use a sediment-based process to define habitats in this region, as well as most of the other regions around the country, because sediment generally is it's the basis for what is capable, what is possible in terms of the community that develops. We talked about sediment stability earlier with Mr. Twite's question. And so it matters if it's mud, sand, gravel, cobble, boulder. So we have those sediments and then the features, biological features, think about sea whips and sponges, and geological features. These can be gravel pavements, sand waves, things that are important to fish, but that are geological in nature. So there are 27 features associated with these sediment types. We then conducted an extensive literature review. This began during the SASE model in a very structured way. So Dr. Rose presented a number of publications, and they each kind of have their own flavor, different findings, different approaches. In order to operationalize this information for phishing effects predictions, we need a standard way to review each one of those scientific papers so that we can evaluate them in a systematic way, knowing that we've structured them or that review correctly. In that we get say an impact estimate from one paper. How do we know that that's comparable to the impact estimate from another paper? And so that was an effort that was initiated with the swept area seabed impacts work and has continued. We started off with 97 publications in that review, and I believe it's now at over 140 with that work still ongoing. So that's updated regularly. Once we have phishing information, gear information, habitat information, we need to operationalize this model in a way that captures both the impact and then the recovery process. And so that's the sort of core of the phishing effects tool, in that it allows us to make a cumulative estimate of phishing impacts. What does that mean? Across the model domain, each phishing event generates a certain amount of disturbance. And over the course of 1 month, that disturbance is evaluated in a 5-kilometer grid cell that's replicated across the whole domain. So over 180,000 of those grid cells, about 55,000 of which fall within the 1,000 meters or less, the zone that we fish. And so any impact that occurs in one of those 5K grid cells that persists past a recovery time of a month is held over into the next time step, and so forth and so on. So as you move through the phishing effects model predictions, the cumulative effects of previous phishing events are retained. Phishing disturbances expected to have recovered exit the model. And so when I show you an example of the phishing effects model, this is how it fundamentally differs from an estimate of bottom contact or an estimate of phishing footprint, in that it's cumulative over time. So let's talk a little bit about where we stand. For the Gulf of Alaska, the Bering Sea, and the Aleutian Islands, we have the model implemented for 2003 through 2021. I say that because we have data currently in the model up to August of 2022. And so 73 gears, about 8 million phishing events that are modeled over that, or that are captured over that time. The gray bars in these vertical plots were years on the x-axis, bottom contact in area is on the left y-axis, and swept area is on the right. The gray bars represent the proportion of those total number of fishing events that were unobserved versus observed. And this is quite important because it demonstrates the degree to which we're tracking real fishing events associated with onboard observers that can verify that those events occurred in that time and place versus the algorithm within the catch and areas database that predicts what those events would have been for unobserved fishing. So we still have the VMS tracks there, but proximate time and space observed fishing is used to predict the start-stop points of the unobserved fishing. From 2013 to 2021, we're seeing a consistent decrease in the proportion of unobserved fishing, which we think is a great sign. So the content is getting stronger. And then finally, from 2019 to 2021, there's a general trend in decreasing swept area and decreasing bottom contact. Caveat that 2022 is a partial year, and so it's shown here on this plot, but it is not representative of a full year of fishing. Okay, so when we generate information products using that fishing module that come to you, here are some examples from Red King Crab Savings Area Emergency Action, where you're presented with a swept area plot. So what I want you to think about and to come away with this from this presentation is perhaps some guidelines and how you might interpret one of these plots, because it can be confusing. So this is an area of potential gear seabed interaction based on the dimensional widths of the fishing gear, not corrected or adjusted for what we expect the bottom contact to be. It's important to look closely at these figures and ask which gears are represented. This is pelagic trawl only. What is the time frame? These are monthly predictions. What is the spatial resolution? The model steps forward at a 5-kilometer grid resolution. So when you are presented with a map, that's what each one of those cells is. Interactions between gear and the seabed at scales smaller than 5 kilometers are dealt with within the model, but they're not part of the prediction that you're seeing here. So there's a lot of patchiness to do with fishing in a 25 square kilometer area, not represented here visually because we're giving you the central tendency or the characteristics over that 5-kilometer grid. There's no habitat information associated with this, as I said before. And finally, it's very important to be cautious about interpreting overlap. Overlap simply indicates that two things occurred at the same space and time, not that they're causally related. And in many cases, they may be. But generally, we look at this as a starting point to establish whether or not there's a likely interaction at all, after which we then do subsequent analyses. Next, you might receive a bottom contact map. Oh, sorry. Was there a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question. I thought you were going to get ready to move on to the next slide. So, okay. So on this slide, you mentioned that the potential area of potential interactions did not account for bottom contact. I think that this is pelagic gear only. And so, but it seems to me like that would have been a good thing to be presenting to the council, because the footprints here in these maps, as you slide through and roll through the slides and we see the movement year by year, it would definitely be less. So I'm just curious as to why that's, from a scientific standpoint, why that's problematic to show us. I'm assuming you're not showing us because it's a problem trying to do that, but.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Downs. So I'm going to try to do a better job of explaining this time. That was a great question. The fishing effects model is used to provide information products at the request of council staff and agency partners and so forth. And I'm just walking through the types of information that we are often asked to generate. Certain questions are best addressed with a fishing footprint map that is simply the dimensional characteristics of the gear attributed to those events. And the question isn't necessarily about bottom contact. If the question is about bottom contact, then bottom contact will also be presented, as on the graphic I showed earlier, where one axis is swept area, the other axis is bottom contact. And I want to just make sure you understand the difference. That's all. And so if it's about bottom contact and gear interactions with the seafloor, then the appropriate metric would be bottom contact. So hopefully that clarifies things.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So with bottom contact, the same key questions are important to ask of that map, as also to remember this is our not potential but expected area of seabed interaction. This does not include any habitat information, so it's just about fishing. And again, overlap matters. So I've pulled a single map from the documents that are going to be in front of you at this meeting associated with the red king crab savings area. And here you can see a summertime distribution of red king crab estimated using species distribution models and shown in gray and various shades of gray, meaning it used summertime data, and February wintertime data for the distribution of fishing for all the fishing gears that you see listed at the top of the graph. So it's all the ones in our region. And so if we were to look at this map, there's two events shown on the map that do have overlap, but they didn't occur necessarily at the same time. Now, maybe it's appropriate to look at a February map when we're thinking about the cumulative effects of habitat, because a February disturbance could impact a summer crab distribution. But if you're interested in knowing about whether these events result in an interaction that could be associated with, say, unobserved fishing mortality, then we have a time mismatch. And so it's really important to just pay close attention to the time and space scales that are presented, especially when it comes to overlap. Finally, you often receive trends or summary information associated with specific management areas. And so in this graphic, as part of the packet of documents that you'll see at this meeting associated with red king crab actions. And so we have two different types of metrics. We have fishing footprints and bottom contact, and we have ratio of contact relative to the size of a closure, for example, and the area of contact. And so those are different things. Both tell you potentially important information, but it's important to separate the two. Are you talking about the relative proportion of fishing versus the actual amount of contact? So let's talk about the fishing effects model and the addition of that habitat component, or habitat module. And so a couple of things to just lay out first. This is a standard graphic or plot that you'll see with the fishing effects outputs with year on the x-axis and the mean disturbance percentage presented on the y-axis. And for this trace plot, that is the proportion of the continental shelf in US federal waters in depth shallower than 1,000 meters. So when we say percentage, it's percentage of that domain here for the Gulf, the Bering Sea, and the Aleutian Islands. And so the way to interpret that x-axis is to say, perhaps we look at 2005 at the peak, we would say there's about 4.7% of our domain over which fishing occurs or can occur that is in a disturbed state at that point in time. If you go to the terminal year in the model, that red dot, it's August of 2022, 2.7% of the habitat was predicted to be in a disturbed state. And so this is about the entire management sort of area, as opposed to those local specific outputs that are often of interest to you in maps. A couple of key things to notice is that we can pick quickly up on the pulse of A season and B season fishing. We can see that around 2008, we started a reduction overall, a decline in fishing disturbance. This is concurrent with the implementation of Amendment 80 and the elevated sweeps, but there are myriad factors that can cause this to happen. An interesting pattern that's just emerging between 2018 and 2021, there's an increase followed by a subsequent decrease in fishing disturbance, which I'll speak to in just a moment. Why do we see these signals that show up between A season and B season at this sort of level of sensitivity? And it's consistent with the expectations for disturbance or impact on the habitats and the associated responses. And so that extensive literature review that I mentioned before is shown here in terms of some bar graphs related to specific sediment types and the expected amount of removal of the features, those 27 geological and biological features associated with each of those sediment types. And you can see the impacts are estimated between about 20 and 30% removals. How do those compare to other efforts that have been implemented on a global scale? Paper published a few years ago by Hiddink et al. Used very similar component of the literature. So many of the same publications, and they estimate the removals or those susceptibility parameters to be about half of what we're using. So we're using a pretty conservative estimate. But this is an area of open for interpretation amongst different researchers looking at the same literature. And our recovery parameters tell us that on average, it takes between 2 and 5 years for most of these features to recover to average, but often we're interested in recovery, say to 95%. So approaching what we would call full recovery. And that's shown on the right-hand vertical axis. And that corresponds to between 5 and about 15 years, with the highest being the steepest, rockiest habitats, which are largely in the Aleutian Islands. This is jumpy, Craig. Okay.
Dr. Harris, before you move
Oh.
on, I think we have a question.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Harris, I just missed what your y-axis scale goes from about 3.2 to 4.8% being disturbed. I forgot what you said the denominator is. Like, what is the benthic habitat? Is it all FMP management areas? Is it all fishing footprint? I forgot what you mean by 3.2% of benthic habitat is in a disturbed state. What's the benthic habitat scale?
Sure. So for those broad scale estimates, and thank you for that question, this is relative to the area within the federal management arena. So outside of 3 miles out to 200 miles, that is in depths less than 1,000 meters. If we were to include the entire EEZ, the denominator gets huge, and any fishing activities is going to look very small. And so we try to constrain that to the region over which fishing can occur, to give you a more accurate estimate of the proportional effects. Okay, so typically the most informative piece of the fishing effects model is actually captured in the visualizations. So hopefully you can see this. This model is stepping forward here at a 1-month time interval, and it's moving relatively quickly. And the corresponding trace plot in the upper left matches the map. And here we can see the distribution of fishing. And the color ramp goes from gray, which is a cell that has at least one fishing event in it, but very low levels of fishing, all the way up to what we would estimate the amount of disturbance to be equivalent to the size of the 5K grid cell. So we would estimate at 100%. It doesn't mean that there was uniform fishing over the entire cell. It means as we track that cumulative effect in units of area, at some point in time, it becomes the full region in terms of the area. And so there's overlapping fishing and other nuances associated with that. But you can see key features. You can see Cod Alley. You can see areas within the central and Eastern Bering Sea that typically produce most of our fish. You can see the outlines of some of our closures. And so what's really interesting here is it gives you the heartbeat effectively of our fisheries. And then some important trends to watch for when we look at that 2018 to 2021 timeframe. One might hypothesize in advance of a species distribution shift that as fishing moves from areas that are actively fished to new areas, there's searching behavior going on. There's a shift that's happening into new locations where there's disturbance, and the previously fished locations haven't recovered yet. And so that trend up is concurrent with a shift. And I'll try and pause it at the right point here. So right around here, you can see fishing began to expand north in and around St. Lawrence Island. And you'll see as the fishing effects model predicts or shows this increase in disturbance, that fishing continues to expand. This thing is driving me crazy. Apologies. Try again. Here we go. This is not something that we would examine, interpret, and immediately draw conclusions. This is the beginning of a new question, a new investigation. What, as our fleets move around due to climate change, what's likely to happen? And so this is just simply showing that the model is capable of detecting those shifts that then lead us to asking new questions. So what do we do with this information as it regards habitat effects? The fishing effects model is built into the workflow for the essential fish habitat analyses that are conducted on a 5-year annual or 5-year review cycle. And the real power of this tool is to allow us to attempt to quantify the adverse effects of fishing as that is required through regulation. So just a reminder that adverse effects refer to effects that are more than minimal and not temporary. So things that persist in the system and that are substantive. And that essential refers to the elements of the habitat that are essential for FMP stock feeding, breeding, spawning, and growth to maturity. And so how do we operationalize fishing effects outputs to address that question? And the workflow that I show here is one developed through SSC work group in consultation with agency and council staff support. And we ask, is the stock in an overfished state or is it below its minimum stock size threshold? If yes, then we immediately elevate it for further consideration. Is the core EFH area defined in the EFH process? Does it have more than 10% of that area in a disturbed state? If yes, then we would want to look closer at that stock. And if no, and then further, if yes, we ask whether there's any correlation between the disturbance trends and these key life history parameters. This is done by the stock assessment authors. And if yes, then that stock would also be elevated for further consideration. To give you a really great worked example, the assessment author in the 2015 EFH review, the assessment author for Gulf POP, took this information where the fishing effects trends are extracted for the EFH of POP, examine those trends relative to average size at age, growth parameters within the stock assessment model, and a number of other parameters, including spawning biomass, total biomass, and recruitment, and then is examining trends. Why would we do this? Well, if disturbance due to fishing is causing outcomes that directly affect the demography and the population dynamics of that stock, we would expect to see that in our stock assessment information. And if we do, this is suggestive of some kind of a relationship, and we should pursue this further. If we don't, it suggests that perhaps it's not as impactful or doesn't rise to the level of more than minimal and not temporary. So in those reviews, this is the basis for a determination of whether we think there's adverse effect or not. And this is conducted by the full EFH team, including the stock assessment authors. The fishing effects model is an information input to that process. Where are we in terms of ongoing work and moving forward? Active work currently underway to update the gear tables. Those are incredibly important in terms of capturing a realistic perspective of the fishing gears that are employed. Active work ongoing to update the literature review. Dr. David Stevenson, who retired from NIMS a number of years ago, working in the New England region, is actually working as a contractor to advance the scope of this database to make it relevant to all regional councils, not just the New England and North Pacific one. Ongoing work to improve and expand the catching areas database by just incorporating new years worth of data and working on making sure that those outputs are available in a timely fashion. This is done by NIMS. Here I want to really acknowledge the incredible contributions of Dr. Steve Lewis, who passed last year. And the catching areas database is an incredible tool, and it wouldn't be what it is without his efforts. So Just want to acknowledge that. And then the back and forth that we have with the New England region and their application of the fishing effects model there is also a constant process for improvement. So going forward, we have these standard updates that are going to be that will be implemented in response to council recommendations through the SSC process. The next DFH cycle will also be able to resolve these fishing effects at levels associated with species, stock area, life stage, and fishery to be better respond to your questions. And ultimately, we are thinking about upgrades or updates to this workflow that would allow us to be more tuned to some scenario testing and exploration as these become more and more important in your analyses. So what are the responses of our fishing fleets to changes in regulations, changes in the environment, changes in fish distribution, and even changes in market forces and so forth? We need additional expertise on the team to do these types of things, but the pathway forward to do them is viable. And finally, the gear fishery species interactions that are coming forward, especially as we think about unobserved fishing mortality, or even the catch and discard performance of our fisheries, are things we think we could probably contribute to, but they're not currently built in as specific modules within our model. But we're able to provide information to other analysts who are working on these things. The next portion of my presentation is really about ongoing or future work. So I'll pause there for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Harris, Ms. Kimball, and then Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick one on the kind of what's next. It seems like this model is continually being improved, but on the habitat effects section, I mean, will we have data, I guess, to support every species and every life stage for that portion of the improvements, or are we going to be making a lot more assumptions in the next stage, or do we just do that level of improvement for species in which we have that data?
Thank you for that question through the chair. To clarify, this is about the structural linkages within the model to these types of features so that we take the existing workflow, whatever the state of the literature, whatever the state of the fishing data is, and we can parse that information for you in more useful ways. So it's not about, there's ongoing work to improve the inputs into the modeling process. This is about how we can stratify the outputs. So for example, when we think about an EFH framework and the way we make predictions, we're doing that relative to a prediction of where EFH is, not maybe necessarily the Red King crab savings area or a particular stock boundary. So we want to be able to slice and dice the fishing effects trends into a form that's more aligned with your specific questions. And these are some of the stratification that you asked for.
Thank you. Now I understand what you meant by that. And when you say next, then these are the kinds of things that are underway for the next 5-year review. No, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Harris, thank you so much. I've listened to several presentations on the fishing effects model, and this is certainly the one that made the most sense to me, which could also be a commentary on how many times it takes me to get something. But as I listened to you, sort of the couple things that really stood out to me this time were, first off, the cumulative impacts portion of the model. And I think I'd always been sort of previously thinking of it in terms of trawl on top of trawl, or maybe pot on top of pot. But what I'm wondering now is, does the cumulative impacts section handle where, circumstances where we have cross gear interactions? An area that had a string of pots early in the year now gets some trawl activity. Is that reflected in your cumulative impacts section?
Thank you for the question, Mr. White, through the chair. Yes, it does, because when we implement the linkage between those fishing events and those gear tables. If there was a long line set and then after that gear has been hauled, the trawl passes through, those events occur. They're in the model and they have attribution to those specific gears. And on that, at that location, whatever we predict that habitat to be, both of the effects are captured and they are aggregated over the course of that month. So yes, they are. Do we have literature that says, oh, when the trawl passes after a long line, this is some sort of linkage? We treat each of the area-based effects as the literature describes, but we don't have the ability to look at successional dynamics. That may be something we want to do down the line, but currently it's incremental. So this fishing event has this expected effect. If there's another one in that same area, it's added. And then it's added, as are the recovery dynamics.
And I was listening for and didn't hear any mention of lost gear as a fishing impact, or as a habitat impact. And I'm wondering if there are plans, as you continue to develop this model, to incorporate the impacts of lost gear on habitat.
That is a good question through the chair. I think with information, if we have temporally and spatially resolved information on missing gear, it can be incorporated into the model in terms of this event at this location. Whether or not lost gear constitutes an impact to habitat and which direction that impact goes is something that we would have to spend some time thinking about. For example, in our video work, Dr. Rose can tell you, you can almost tell when you're approaching a derelict crab pot or a piece of gear left on the bottom in your video imagery, because the frequency of observation of fishes and invertebrates and other things starts to increase, because in a relatively flat, highly dynamic sand mud environment, there's a stable bit of structure. And so what's the impact to habitat? Well, it would change the habitat at that location for some time frame. So there's a lot of work yet to be done in terms of thinking about how to incorporate that and the habitat component. If we're thinking about unobserved fishing mortality or something else, and there's a pot that can ghost fish for several years, knowing those locations and thinking about how that might relate to unobserved mortality is more relevant probably, and something that we could think our way through and use in a predictive framework. And this is reflected in the unobserved fishing mortality working group report, interest in those gears. So hopefully that sort of answers your question.
Sort of. I was also thinking of the effect of both when net sort of wraps something, but equally when winter storms move lost pots around. Doesn't that sort of rolling around on the bottom also have an effect? I get your point that it could probably both in some ways improve habitat, but equally it seems to me there's ways where it could sort of continue to have an ongoing negative effect.
Through the chair, I agree that that is a possibility and it's something that we could explore. Here's a case where we would begin with a simulation. We'd say, what are the potential directions of this effect? How do we think it works? And what would that potentially look like, until we have empirical work from the field to actually populate those simulations with real parameters that we think represent what's going on. And so that it's a possibility, and it's something that the model framework could be used to explore, but it isn't something that we currently have information sort of to begin.
And Mr. Witherell?
Thank you, Dr. Harris. I can't help myself, but I note that your results for the Alaska region run about 3.5% of the habitat is in a disturbed state. And then you put up a similar map of New England. And I'm just kind of curious what the New England % disturbed state is, just for comparison purposes.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'm really glad at this point that I don't know the answer to that question. It's not something that I have readily available. I will say that when we think about those proportional disturbances, probably the most effective way to think about it across systems is, I guess, two ways. One, relative to the size of the continental shelf, but more importantly, the activity that's drawn us to this region that results in these effects is the harvest of fish for the purpose of food production. And so we could examine the relationship between the amount of production relative to a certain amount of disturbance. And that's an important metric to look at across the globe, within our regions. And so we have a version of the fishing effects model that is running at a global level. And I will just say, in general, relative to the rest of the continental shelves or larger marine ecosystems around the world, our performance in terms of yield per unit impact is very, very high. And so for the, millions of metric tons that are harvested from our region, having a 4, 5, 3% disturbance estimate puts us in a really good place. But it's difficult to draw comparison between regions just because of the nature of these different fisheries and so forth.
Thank you. I look forward to reading that paper when you've completed it, published it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're almost finished.
Thank you, Dr. Harris.
So let's shift gears a little bit and talk about some exciting new directions that are happening in response to concerns brought forward through the council process regarding pollock gear. We want to tell you about some things that are ongoing and have been ongoing for quite some time. So as Craig mentioned before, to do effective research on fishing gear and to think about how to characterize that at scales relevant to the council, we need to work directly, collaboratively with the industry. So the pollock industry, starting first with the catcher processors, has stepped forward and are supporting the development of we'll call it an exhaustive gear catalog. So the gears that are currently in use within our fisheries, it's very important to capture those, in particular because your questions are becoming systematically more refined in time and space. So you're asking for information about smaller spatial regions and shorter times. So rather than an entire year over the entire Bering Sea, what's happening in the crab savings area during these few months of the year? So when we use generalized parameters for gear that are relevant and representative across the entire Bering Sea, they may not capture the gears that are used at a particular location and time. Our goal is to be able to resolve those gears within the fishing effects framework as accurately as possible. So we're gathering information from the pollock industry in the form of fishing gear diagrams, net diagrams, information about the material components of the gear, its configuration, in a systematic way to allow us to improve the estimates of those gear dimensions and contact within the fishing effects model gear tables, so that we can draw more appropriate and representative inferences to specific time and location fishing questions. Next, we want to leverage some really powerful tools that use computational fluid dynamics to basically simulate what happens to these gears when they're actively being fished, in part to help better communicate through visualization what these gears look like. Oftentimes, Dr. Rose and I, when we sit in the back of the room and hear discussions about fishing gears, it becomes apparent that as scientists and communicators, we've not done a very good job explaining how fishing gear is designed, how it works, what its components are, and that the lexicon of terms that are coming at you around these gears is confusing in terms of fishing lines and fishing circles and foot ropes and bridles and clump weights and offsets and things like that. It's hard to understand. So we think through visualization, it'll be easier to perceive. And this allows us to begin to think about what the potential impacts of these gears might be and ways we might mitigate that through conservation engineering. So we're working with the team at Memorial University in collaboration with the fishing industry to bring these fishing gear diagrams into a three-dimensional simulated framework that'll let you visualize them. And finally, active research ongoing related to what Dr. Rose mentioned earlier and Mr. Downs brought up, as well as Mr. Curlin, about detecting and measuring bottom contact and clearance. And so I'll talk briefly about where that's headed. So one interesting way, I think, to illustrate the power of these simulations is to take one of the studies that Dr. Rose mentioned earlier, the one that we did together looking at alternate ground gear materials that were neutrally positively buoyant in between clusters of bobbins and chains to take the foot rope of a pelagic pollock trawl and concentrate those contact points into few locations. And so this work was done, and the young individual shown in that figure is actually Susie Zagorski, who's on your AP. This was part of her thesis work, and you can see her standing next to a sea whip that's the same height that she is. So one of the things we were able to do right away was to take the gear work and the configuration of that gear from the study that Dr. Rose and I did a number of years ago and implement this simulation tool to just see what it looked like. And so right away, we realized that the clusters of bobbins and chains do what we, in the simulation, they do what we intended them to do. We can see that it concentrates the fishing bottom contact in a few locations. But had we seen this before we did the study, it would have saved us a lot of time and effort, and we would immediately have refined our sampling design, because you can tell from the simulation that those sections of the gear where we were expecting to see those contact tracks, so that we could delineate where those different materials were in our study, wasn't a good idea, because they're not likely to touch the bottom all the time. And so we're not going to be able to figure out which zones of our impacted area are associated with combi wire versus spectra or poly. And so the simulation framework allows us to refine our sampling design, think about better ways to detect the phenomena that we're seeking to do through simulation. It's also really helpful for visualization. So I'll conclude with a quick discussion about the use of technologies to try and better understand this. I know this has been a conversation that was primarily been embedded in the framework of enforcement, but as researchers looking at fishing gear, this is actually a really important and ongoing area for us. And so on the upper left-hand side, you can see a piece of rebar with a snap shackle welded on the top of it and a small metal housing. That is a homemade, custom-made tilt sensor. And so inside of the little metal housing is a 3D printed insert. Inside of that is a tiny little tilt sensor with an accelerometer like the one in your cell phone that knows what the orientation of the screen should be based on how you're holding it. So as the gear comes close to the seafloor, you hopefully can see the video. You can see the tilt sensor attached to the chain on the pollock foot rope. And as the foot rope comes closer to the seafloor, the tilt sensor increases its tilt angle. You can also see the degree of movement between contact with the seafloor and movement and vibrations within the gear. And so here we have clearance. And this is in a corner section. So not the bosom of the net, not the wing, but in the intermediate section between of chain foot rope for a wide body pollock trawl, a Hampajan 672 with a 24 millimeter chain foot rope. And this project was part of a collaborative work we did with NOAA Conservation Engineering Group, at the time led by Dr. Noel Yoakum and one of my graduate students, Brianna King, with Dr. Rose involved. And so we're using similar technology that was presented to you in earlier work looking at trying to estimate discard mortality rates for halibut. So as the halibut swim, the tilt sensor moves and it tells you they're still alive and they're moving. In this case, we're using the tilt sensor to try to measure what's happening on the seafloor. And I bring that up because interpreting those tilt data into clearance is not trivial, as it's not when you're trying to estimate movement of a fish. And so this graphic I show over here on the right-hand side is a logistic regression analysis that looks at three elements that we're interested in for bottom contact. Is the chain foot rope on the bottom? Is it off the bottom, but near the bottom? So within the 30 centimeter range that we can detect, or is the entire thing off the bottom? And so we use paired tilt sensor and video observations where we know the answer to those three questions. And we can look at what did the tilt sensor tell us, such that we can take a tilt value and predict with a given probability whether we're on the bottom, near the bottom, but off, or completely off the bottom. And so if you remember those color schemes, at this point, we're able to tell it to interpret those contact trends in the tilt sensor data for the two wings. So the top and the bottom panels represent the port and the starboard wings of the gear. And as you move towards the center, you move towards the bosom of the net. So there are 5 tilt sensors, and longitudinally, so x-axis is the along toe axis presented here in terms of time. And then those are your gear components. And so here's what the tilt sensor is telling you. If you're in the lightest green, the net and the tilt sensors are off the bottom. Green is near the bottom, but clear. Blue is on the bottom. And so a couple of lessons that show up right away is that there's variability across and along the hull. Sorry about that. And excuse me. And that we can detect these things, and we're still working on the best way to represent them. But this gear in the fishing effects analysis is assumed to have 20 to 60% contact. After, I believe, 15 or 16 replicate tows, we estimate that contact to be about 27% plus or minus about 5 centimeters is the precision that we can achieve with these sensors. And so we're in the range of our estimate. We're on the low end, and this is representative of one gear on one boat over 15 tows. And so we don't expand that to the rest of the domain, but it demonstrates kind of where we are with the technology. Now, to the question asked earlier, I'll use my final thank you slide and this elapsed time image to show you why we cannot operationalize this type of sensing across our entire fleet. And that is because, as Dr. Rose said, every time we put those tilt sensors on, we have to stop deploying the gear, go out, snap them on, get everybody out of the trawl alley, move down the line till the next attachment point, and do the same thing on the haul back. And so you really can't stop operations on a full-scale CP to do that. And even on a catcher vessel, it's a research trip, not a fishing trip, because of the downtime associated with that. We have partners that we're working with across the globe. So the Fisheries Inshore New Zealand and 2 fisheries seafood producers groups in Northern Ireland associated with the Nephrops fishery are actively using our tilt sensors and studies there. And the technology is already advancing to the point where they do, as Craig said, auto download and other things like that. But this is an area of rapid growth in technology, but we have a long way to go because there's a lot of moving parts. The gear is vibrating, the seafloor is rough, and the water influences those sensors in a way that requires us to do a lot of careful calibration. Finally, this work has been directly supported in terms of collaboration and funding through the Alaska Education Tax Credit Program by key members of or key groups within the fishing industry and that have provided a tremendous amount of gear information, opportunities to get on vessels and expertise, and then funding from North Pacific Research Board, NOAA Habitat Division, Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, support from New England Council, and obviously engagement through our council here. Finally, I just used the available space and started listing names that have major contributors, which is by no means complete or exhaustive, but to just say that there's a fantastic group of researchers, students, scientists, SSCs, plan teams around the country that have contributed to this work and continue to help us improve it. And so we're incredibly grateful. And finally, I really want you to understand that the contribution that my colleague, Dr. Rose, has made over time, gear research in this region really dates back to the 60s. In the 70s, when Craig got involved, he wasn't hired to do gear work. It became part of his portfolio because he jumped in and was interested in working on survey trawls. And for decades, he and the team in this region have been moving this forward, providing a really solid foundation for us to be able to do the things that we do now. And so we're really lucky to have that expertise here. And sad to say, I don't see a lot of emphasis within the universities or within our the US in general for work on fishing gear. We have to go to our Canadian colleagues and other places around the world to really find that expertise and to pull them in to help train our students. So while we have Dr. Rose here with us, we really want to take advantage of his expertise, and I feel privileged to get to work with him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all of your work. Looks like we're going to have a couple questions for you. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Harris, for your acknowledgement of Dr. Rose. I think we all feel the same way, very grateful for this body of work. I had a question about the Pollock Gear project and just what the products might look like coming out of that project. And so my first question is about how many types of gear are already in the catalog? And then would we expect to see something like on your next to last slide on trying to validate, interpret the sensor data? Would we see some kind of, more refined estimate of bottom contact out of each of those gears as a result of this work? I just want to make sure I'm understanding what the products look like.
Thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Kimball. That's a great question. So the primary output from the gear catalog will actually be the ability to evaluate just based on design, components, materials, configuration, what we think the differences would be in the nominal width of those gears. And that will be reflected in the fishing footprint analyses that we do and the expected amount of contact. So we can first derive those from expert opinion. Next, we can derive those from net diagrams and materials. Next, we can refine those estimates through the simulations. And so we say, all right, here's the net plan, but when you fish that gear in these conditions with this door spread and this amount of scope out and this weight, this is how it really sets up in terms of its shape and likely contact. And then the final best measure is a direct measure of contact. But until the technology gets to a place where we can use it in a more synoptic way across the fisheries, we're probably going to be in that zone of expert opinion. That's improved by the cataloging of the gear. That's improved by the simulations. Simulations are also a key step in determining how to go about measuring impacts at the fleet scale. So as you noted, and Dr. Rose pointed out, a pollock trawl even in the CP fishery, within the relatively few number of boats, they're not all the same. In fact, there's quite a bit of difference. And the purpose of the gear catalog is to really try and identify right now, I think there's about 25 gears in the catalog. It's almost complete. What is the variability in terms of their design, material configuration components, all within the current specification process for gear definition? There's a lot of scope for innovation and for these companies to design gears in different ways. How variable are they? So that if we did have tilt sensor data for a few gears, would we have a basis to draw inference to the rest of those gears, or do we really need to stratify that sampling in a way that captures these different gears? Finally, it's emerging from our work that it's behavior of fishing associated with the presence of PSC, the rate of catch per unit effort. A host of other things are equally or more influential in terms of whether that gear tends the bottom or not, than just the gear configuration itself. And so that's part of the cataloging process, is to understand, okay, if you're fishing this gear in this region in the B season in the presence of chum, how does that change the way you deploy the gear? And salmon generally occupy a space above the seafloor or higher in the water column relative to adult pollock. And so is the incentive when you're trying to stay away from salmon to compress the gear and lower the headline in order to stay away from salmon? And if so, how might that influence your bottom contact? So those are the types of products that we're working to produce, and the information that would potentially make it to you would be a summary of that in a way that influences the fishing effects predictions. And then we'll be able to show you how those predictions have changed as we improve that information content. Dr. Rose also highlighted something that's really important, and that fishing gear is evolving all the time. The gears that were in place in 2003, when we start these predictions compared to the gears that are used now, are different. And we are not capturing that in the fishing effects model now. We're taking a perspective on our gears that kind of falls in the middle of that time window. And so we hope to be able to develop this gear catalog and then track backwards what the substantive changes to the gears have been, so that we can better understand the role of those changes in terms of conservation and in terms of reducing or changing the amount of bottom contact. So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both. Dr. Harris, I guess my question is, were you able to determine the amount of time in these samples that the net was on the bottom, but were you able to parse that out and determine if there were factors like, I've always imagined that the weather probably has a huge impact, and also how heavy the net is at the time that you're sampling or the time that they're fishing. I just, in my own mind thinking about it, I thought that the weather's bad, the net's probably bouncing on the bottom more frequently. And if the net's heavy with 50 or 80 or 100 tons of fish in it, I would think that the back of the net's dragging on the bottom. Were you able to parse that out at all doing this, or do you need to do more samples and evolve the technology a little more?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So first, let's tackle the cod end. Kona and Craig, do you want to address that? This is a common perception that as the gear begins to fill up, somehow it drags on the bottom. So go ahead, Craig.
Right. Pollock are neutrally buoyant. And the pelagic trawl nets are designed to stream more or less straight back. In fact, if you looked at some of his diagrams, they're designed to stream back from the toe point on the headline or there. Adding pollock to the cod end does not add weight in water, unless they're, now when they get hauled to the surface and their swim bladders expand, that adds flotation until those burst, and then that adds weight. And then fishermen have big problems if they have a cod end full of drained fish. But during fishing, neutrally buoyant pollock don't tend to pull it up or down. You'll be hearing some discussion of chains and floats in foot rope, which are designed to try to keep that whole thing in line, because when it gets out of line, the fish flow gets interfered with. And so they really try to avoid that. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Appreciate it. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Harris, first of all, appreciate your well-deserved kudos for Dr. Rose. Echo that. I appreciate your returning to the sort of the operational difficulty of working with the tilt sensors in the midst of active fishing operations. So I'm wondering if there's anything you can say to kind of elaborate on future directions and how whether we can anticipate being able to get a better handle on, under actual fishing conditions, how the gear is performing relative to interactions with the bottom, and just kind of next steps for research in that area.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I guess I see two parts of that. One is carefully looking back and thinking about the way in which that process is already incorporated and integrated into the literature. So previous studies may not have quantified exactly what those contact characteristics are about the gear, but that process is quantified in terms of the detected changes within the ecosystem, within the benthic habitat associated with those studies. So to some extent, that's built into the literature review. So as it regards the impact recovery dynamics in the model, going forward in terms of updating and improving our gear contact parameters that then engage that literature, I think we have a long way to go. In fact, we're still at a place where we have, we can try to detect this optically. Putting cameras on foot ropes has been attempted with the loss of much expensive equipment over the years because it's a very difficult place to mount a camera. As this technology miniaturizes, as the battery life gets longer, these things change. There's potential there. There's there's tilt accelerometry based sampling, which we're exploring now. But the signal to noise relationship is a substantial problem, and we're pushing forward, but I'm not convinced that that is necessarily the end solution we'll arrive at. It feels more interim. And then there are other possibilities, including acoustically conspicuous materials. So components within the trawl that really stand out to high frequency acoustic tools that can give us near video quality observations. So you're probably familiar with like an Aries unit that we use to see salmon that are moving up river systems. So we can use like a Kongsberg M3 multi-beam sonar, has a high enough resolution to actually produce acoustic video. And so that overcomes the turbidity issues. It overcomes lots of different things. And so I feel it's best, and I think the research community is doing this, is pursuing these on multiple fronts. The more fleets, researchers, regions that start to work on this and want to track contact and clearance, the more rapidly these technologies will evolve. But I think we're kind of in that interim zone where we're waiting for a breakthrough. And so we're continuing to use and try and refine the tools that we have, but we have quite a ways to go. Because the phenomena of interest, this contact clearance dynamic, is a very difficult thing to detect. Because we can't see very far underwater, and there's a whole lot of other interactions and sort of vibrations that are happening within the gear that are difficult to remove from the signal to get to the real substance. So that wasn't very artfully worded, but I hopefully it's helpful.
Thank you. It was helpful. Just to follow up, what about the angle of or the aspect of collaboration with industry under actual fishing conditions? So you noted the kind of operational challenges to that, and holding up actions on deck. Are there prospects for trying to be able to provide incentives for that sort of research, so that even with the operational impediments, it's something that industry can partner with researchers on to help us sort of get to the next stage on this?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Currently, I would say we have outstanding, borderline incredible participation, support, and collaboration with the industry. And so I don't see a barrier in terms of willingness. It's more really a matter of efficiency. I don't think right now, Craig or I would suggest that it's worth the time to go out on a catcher processor and deal with that level of daily cost associated with the kind of data we might be able to get out of that versus being on a CV. And so we're still focused on those smaller scale boats and gears, but we'll move in that direction in terms of going forward. And so I think there are ways that we could improve this process in terms of new lines of funding that can be developed for, sorry, my computer is going to run out of battery. I guess that's our sign to wrap it up. So I'll pass it over to Craig to see if he has some insights there. But yeah, this is an area of active discussion with the industry to determine whether it's worth the time, effort, energy, cost to try to do this at broad scales. Do we stay local? How much do we use the flume tank facilities and so forth? And so we're thinking along the same lines. I don't have a very good solution.
If I may briefly, through the chair, John, I'm hearing in your question that what you're looking for is more of an enforcement monitoring sort of arrangement that could be on many vessels at the same time, at the same time, as opposed to a lot of what we're talking about and developing at this point is are things for the research, which is difficult in itself, and Brad's alluded to a lot of the problems. I think that is it's a different enough question that I think we'll get there. We'll get close to that with the research side, but adapting it to something that could be used during commercial fishing for monitoring that is another level beyond. It certainly would take collaboration with industry, but it's going to take a real research emphasis to reach that point. Not necessarily the research side will get you in that direction, but to get to a monitoring sort of thing would be even more difficult. And pardon me if I misunderstood your question.
Yeah, I actually was not intending to imply that angle, although that might be a logical outgrowth, but more just, I guess Brad just alluded to the sort of the difficulty of inactive fishing mode, trying to deal with removal of the sensors, downloading the data, reinstalling the sensors, all of that. So I guess I was just trying to get at more sort of the prospects for being able to partner with industry under those real fishing conditions to get a better understanding of what's happening now.
Good. Okay. One thing I would definitely throw in there is that this picture is during the summer research cruise. There's a huge safety issue involved, particularly if you start getting into winter and waves are coming up the stern ramp, in that kind of thing. That most of our research will be summer research, so we might not get to go to question of what happens in really bad weather.
Thank you. Mr. Toit.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thank you both for excellent presentation. Dr. Harris, as I've listened to you using the term fishing footprint, it strikes me that you're using it more in a probabilistic sense. So for instance, I think you're applying it mostly to swept area rather than actual estimated contact. And I heard you use sort of probabilistic terms a couple times in relationship to it. And so I'm curious, why are you viewing fishing footprint from that perspective in terms of potential impacts rather than impacts that you're actually sort of measuring and indexing over time?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Toit. This is a great example of just the definition of these terms and why they matter, because when you hear footprint used by another researcher or read it in a paper, you need to look carefully at how it's defined, and it may not be in the same sense that we're using the word footprint. I'm using footprint to describe the swept area because it is the spatial region over which any interaction, whether it's bycatch, target species catch, bottom contact, can occur. Outside of the footprint, it can't occur. So it's an initial defining characteristic within which we would have bottom contact if that's the question. If, for example, bottom contact isn't the right metric because we're talking about a feature that's 2 meters high, then it wouldn't necessarily be part of the bottom contact, but would be part of the footprint, that interaction. And so we don't want to discard that full nominal width of the gear and go straight to bottom contact, because there are other important processes that are happening within that region. So we use footprint to describe that overall domain. And so when I say potential, that means that depending on the question you're asking, that may or may not be the right arena. But outside of that zone, this interaction is not going to happen. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you. I think I'm hearing you say that at this point, at least in your judgment, this is one of those terms that it's worth us applying essentially from a precautionary approach, that's sort of trying to encompass both what we know but also what we don't know in the whole sort of concept of fishing footprint. Or am I reading way too much into that? Or
Thank you for the question, Mr. Trite. I think perhaps you are reading too much into that. This is just a simple waypoint in the hierarchy of this particular set of characterizing these events. First, we start off with just where did fishing occur? And that needs to incorporate the distance between the doors, right? Within which we would expect some sub area of that to have bottom contact. That's the next waypoint. What's the outcome of that bottom contact? That's the next waypoint. That's where the habitat information comes in. And so we're not suggesting footprint is the right metric to use when thinking about fishing disturbance. It's just one of the steps in the process as we think about this phenomenon of interest and how we characterize it. We want to hold on to that because if we don't within this modeling framework, we may need it later. We may decide, oh, we want to know about what's happening here, or these doors used to be on the bottom. Craig didn't really talk about that's major change in the way bottom trawling is happening, as bottom trawls generally use off bottom doors now. So if we had captured a fishing footprint, the bottom contact characteristic would be much closer to the footprint. And then you would see that change over time as the doors lift and other elements of the gear come off. We want to be able to capture that. That's why we have those different metrics.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will try to keep this brief. I understand the time constraint. Just add my thanks, Dr. Harris, Dr. Rose, for your large body of work and contribution to science-based fishery management. I just think that's what this council is really focused on, and just thank you for all of your contributions. And so I'm going to try to bring this up to a higher level. This might not be fair because it's not really a technical question. I also want to take advantage of your experience in this process, this council process. And so in addition to the very specific research that you talked about today and the work that's in the past and ongoing, it's clear it takes a village to do this work. And this council is competing for limited resources for this type of research, for this kind of cutting edge modeling. Can you help us? What is the best way for the council to identify for researchers such as yourselves and the larger body, how to identify and prioritize our management issues to fight for the resources, as it were, to try to get the most important questions answered, to contribute to being responsive to these very key questions that we're being asked in terms of our fisheries management? Is it our research priorities process? Is it some other, I realize this is difficult, but so if you don't have a specific answer right now, I'm just really, how can we help prioritize, identify important questions to make this process more efficient?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you. There's a few clear ways for that that can happen. You mentioned the research priorities. I believe you also review the BREP proposal, or there's a list of them that comes to you, and they are definitely interested in that kind of information of what are the important topics. Certainly your interaction with the Fisheries Science Center in terms of giving them pieces, and your interaction with North Pacific Research Board. That's another funding operation. I think there's probably more to that list, but that's what comes to mind. I'm not sure where else the council has ways to put that out, but I certainly encourage any that you can.
If I may follow up as well, Craig, I think nailed them. Do you have just the text? Yeah. So, excuse me. I think one thing to keep, well, I appreciate your interest and concern and wanting to make sure there's the sufficient resources to do this work. One of the major challenges is that most fishing gear conservation engineering effects study type analyses, including development of things like fishing effects model and so forth, are programmatic. They're not project specific. So we have individual projects, but they really need to be thought out in advance and stitched together as a sort of a series of steps. And that's really what we've benefited from in the development of the fishing effects model, kind of at a national level, with the teams contributing over time and the regions experiencing improvements. But it's myriad funding sources from diverse places wherever we can sort of pull it together. So project-based funding is a bit of a mismatch for much of this type of work, because it's, here's a proposal for 2 years worth of work to deliver a product in that time frame. That's not really well aligned with these types of endeavors, which are, if we get them up and running, we want them to continue to grow and to get smarter over time. And so that's one of the challenges. And so researchers like Dr. Rose and I tend to just, we get pretty good over time at kind of pulling in various different funding sources to try and create that programmatic workflow. I will say what is really driving this here in this region is the ability for the fishing industries to directly support this work through the education tax credit program in Alaska. So the PCCRC program at UAF, which has produced outstanding scientists for years, many of whom are very involved in this system, is built around that same education tax credit program. And much of the funding that's allowed us to actually put in the work to build the fishing effects model to benefit the councils is actually funded through that pathway as well. And so that's been incredibly valuable. Incidentally, it's up for reauthorization this year. And so your awareness of its importance and the degree to which it influences the information that comes before you is timely.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Again, thank you very much for your informative presentation and for your time. Thanks. Okay, with that, I think we're at a good place to take a mid-morning break. Let's take about 15 minutes and come back at about 10:50. Council members, please come back to order. Okay, so our last presentation concluded our B1 agenda item. We are ready to move on to B2, the NIMS management report. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm Gretchen Harrington, the Assistant Regional Administrator for Sustainable Fisheries for the NIMS Alaska region. And I'm joined today with Josh Keaton, also from Sustainable Fisheries Division Alaska region. We will be presenting the NIMS B2 report. And we'll kind of go through and share the items. So I will start with our progress on rulemaking. So we actually accomplished quite a bit between the December council meeting and today. So we were able to publish fee notices for the North Pacific Observer Program, the IFQ program, and the Rockfish program. We published a notice of decision for Amendment 18 to the Scallop Fishery Management Plan that revises the timing requirements for the stock assessment and fishery evaluation report to allow for more flexible non-annual assessments and to set scallop harvest specifications less frequently than 1 year. We also published a notice announcing a proposed exempted fishing permit, and Josh is going to speak to that in more detail. And also we published a proposed rule for electronic monitoring, and I will let Josh introduce that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Yes, big news. On Monday, the proposed rule for trawl EM published, thanks to the amazing work of the trawl EM committee, the PIs that were involved, and then, my amazing staff, Joel Kraske and Melanie Rickett, really brought that across the finish line. So the notice of availability published on January 22nd with a comment period ending March 22nd, and the proposed rule published, as I said, on Monday, February 5th, with a comment period on April 5th. As part of that package under MSA, we have to have public meetings, and there's 2 noticed public meetings in those rule packages. The first will be held on February 28th in Kodiak at 6 p.m. at the Kodiak Fishery Research Center. We abutted that up against the MREP so that we're there to both present at MREP and to do this as well. The second public hearing is going to be held virtually because we know that many operators are currently fishing, so we're having a virtual option. Hopefully some can join us on Starlink, and that will be held on March 12th at 6 p.m. as well, and it will be virtual. Yes, next is the in-season management report. Mary Farunas is online to answer any questions. I'll just cover a couple of the high points. Right now, we're about 10% into the pollock fisheries in the Bering Sea, and salmon rates are lower than prior years, about half from last year at the current rate. Other things to highlight in the report is that the Goa pollock fisheries have, there was a little bit of effort in 610. They had salmon rates that were high and they voluntarily stood down until February 15th. Likewise, the Central Gulf pollock fisheries of 620 and 630, they also voluntarily stood down until February 1. They are going to be operating on a voluntary catch share plan in 630, but not 620 this year. Halibut PSC data is a little bit lower than last year, or roughly about the same, but there's a little catch there. Other questions we'll let Mary answer.
It looks like we have a question from Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for the report. My question in your report is the way that you presented the Chinook salmon bycatch. It's a little confusing because you have one column that shows the Chinook salmon bycatch and another column that shows the Three River Index, and it would lead someone who isn't fully aware of that to believe that those Chinook salmon all came from the Three Rivers. And I'm wondering if you could clarify that just for the record and for everybody that's looking at that.
Ms. Harrington.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mr. Mesereau. Yes, I will speak to that. Josh just went over the in-season management report, which is at the end of the briefing memo, but then we'll circle back to the petition and that information and I'll clarify that.
And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't know if it's who it would be for, or maybe for Mary, but it looks like the cod lap program is in the water for trawl catcher vessels standing down so they can, which they're able to do with a lap program to wait for better halibut PSC rates and more aggregation of cod. But was there anything more on the, the kind of the first rollout and implementation of that program that you can provide to the council, or did it go smoothly, or did people put their co-op reports in? Are we all ready to go?
I can start. We're closely watching the PCTC program as it becomes implemented. With any catch share program, there's lots of programming and lots of, little ways to test it, right? So we're following each landing as it comes in. We're experiencing the normal issues, but I think the fishery is operating. I know one of the reasons that they stand down, and they do this typically, is because halibut rates tend to be higher earlier in the season. So they're also waiting for halibut rates to come down. But Mary might have more.
I think that pretty much covers it. Yeah, I think just there's always some implementation issues, but I think we've worked almost everything out. And we have had some landings come in this week. So, and those are occurring to the co-ops as intended.
All right. I'll move on. The next issue in the B2 report is that we received a petition for emergency action related to Chinook salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. We received this petition on January 17th from the Association of Village Council Presidents, the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, Tanana Chiefs Conference, Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, requesting that NIMS take emergency action pursuant to Section 305C1 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act to implement a cap of zero bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. We forwarded this letter to the council on January 18th. And right now, NIMS is currently reviewing the petition following our NIMS's policy guidance for use of emergency rules. And there's a link to that guidance in the B report. According to the guidelines, the phrase "an emergency exists involving any fishery" is defined as a situation that, one, results from a recent unforeseen events or recently discovered circumstances, two, presents serious conservation or management problems in the fishery, and three, can be addressed through the emergency regulations for which the immediate benefits outweigh the value of advanced notice, public comment, and deliberative considerations of the impacts on participants to the same extent as would be expected under the normal rulemaking process. So that's kind of how we evaluate this petition and all petitions that we receive for emergency rulemaking, as the council's aware. We have a couple links to provide more information on the management and monitoring of salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. And also, we do include a table, and this is the table Mr. Mesereau requested more clarification on, that lists the year. As we say in
in the preceding paragraph, but it probably would have been clearer to include this on the table itself. When we say number of Chinook salmon, these are the number of Chinook salmon caught in the pollock fishery. And as the council knows, we have a census on salmon, but these salmon are from a wide geographic area, from Western Alaska and including Russia and the North Pacific. So these are the actual numbers of salmon caught. We don't have a abundance index for the entire region. We do have one abundance index that we use under Amendment 110 to determine the cap level. And so I've provided that information as an indicator of Chinook abundance, and that's from the state of Alaska's three-system index that is from the Unalakleet, Upper Yukon, and Kuskokwim River. So there's a bit of apples and oranges in this table, but this is the data that we have. So just to pause if there are any further questions. Ms. Kimball.
I guess to follow up on Mr. Mesereau's question, this definitely isn't just the data that we have. So maybe either not putting these two things side by side, did you consider that, or potentially putting in the genetic information that we have for each of those years on what percentage is at least from Western Alaska might provide better context if you continue to keep these in this way? Have you thought about those? Just as we work on our communication tools for the public.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think, yes, that we do link to the genetics page, but I agree that I think we could improve this by including that information, and we will in the future. So thank you. All right, I will turn it over to Josh for the cost recovery reports.
Yeah, so for cost recovery reports, they're all posted on the website. First thing I wanted to mention is that cost recovery is now become the responsibility of the monitoring branch, and my staff, Amy Hadfield, did an amazing job making sure we met all internal and regulatory timelines. We've been having lots of conversations with stakeholders this week about providing more details in future reports. These conversations are going well, and we do plan to make improvements to the 2025 reports. With a large part of the increases related to the most recent cost recovery reports that were posted. Those were the IFQ cost recovery report that was largely driven not necessarily from increases in agency costs, but a significant decrease in the fishery value of about 25%, 24.6 to be exact. There was only 11. And then we also posted the rockfish cost, and that fee percentage went up. Likewise, the fishery value decrease. This is a common thread throughout a lot of our cost recovery reports this year, that fishery markets are resulting in decreased prices. So with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Is there I certainly understand the net decrease in fishery value. Is there a way to characterize, and if it's unfair, tell me, because there's so many programs that are paying cost recovery, what generated the net increase in management costs?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, you're asking about differentiating the increases in management costs from the decreases in fishery value?
I'm sorry, I just understood the decrease in fishery value. So set that aside. But in the report, it says between 2022 and 2023, there was a net increase in management costs for these programs, all of which are kind of ongoing programs.
Sure.
So I didn't know if there was something you could provide to the council on what really generated those increased costs.
So there's a wide variety of different costs, right? Every year is a little bit different when tracking the cost recovery. Part of the process is that we ask our agency partners to provide what costs there are. One thing I can only really speak for the Alaska Regional Office Sustainable Fishery type costs that I'm most familiar with, but we are currently engaged in what we are calling our IFA process, Integrated Fisheries Application Process. This is a very large project to revitalize our entire permitting system. This is IFQ, CDQ, everything. Those systems were designed a long time ago. They're very hard to work with, I'll use as my term. And so there is a large agency effort to make it easier for fishermen to access their data, self-service, and everything else. So that's a large programming cost that's spread out among the different cost recovery programs based on the proportion that they use those permitting systems, right? So IFQ might have a larger proportion than CDQ. So that's one cost that I can tell you as an increase in management costs that is driving some of the increases for SF and stuff.
And Mr. Keaton, along those lines, you also mentioned your engagement with stakeholders this meeting, and I'll know a letter that was submitted by a number of organizations requesting additional details and information and in the cost breakdowns. Does your general statement of, intended improvements reflect some of those requests, or is there any specificity that you can provide as far as like anything that you're flagging that you can't provide information on? Or thank you.
Sure, Madam Chair. Yes, I was paying attention at the December council meeting. We heard the initial things, so I started those conversations back in December. The letter we received, I thought, was very good. The items listed in that letter, I believe, are achievable. And right now, I would like to engage in a collaborative process similar to how I accomplished many things, to start talking with the industry members to further understand what they're looking for. At this point, I'm not seeing anything that's a red flag of something we can't provide. But we would do that in an iterative process with full collaboration. My plan is to get the group together, talk about it in the open, be open and honest on what we can and can't provide.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Down.
Madam Chair, I have a question not on cost recovery, but before we go on to the next item in the presentation, if that's okay. I wanted to back up just for a moment and on the status of amendments, the fishing turbot in pots for the fleet this summer. There's really very little information there. And I think the public has been notified kind of in general, but there are people that are planning to fish this around the end of this summer. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to clarify that is still on track for that, or if there's any precaution that you'd like to give the fleet. Like I said, there's people that are currently gearing up and developing pots for that fishery. So we want to give them, the public, a chance to if there's anything more to add than what's being presented here.
Madam Chair, Mr. Downs, so we are in the process of developing that proposed rule. So it's still under development. It's hard to say at this stage, given that there's pieces of the review process outside of our ability to predict timing, but I think it's still possible that we can publish it prior to the start of the fishery. I think that's what I can say for now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. What about what's your target date to transmit this package to headquarters?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, can I get back to you on that? I don't have that off the top of my head.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Looks like we have two more questions, Mr. Mesro and then Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. My question for you is I appreciated you giving an update on the status of the recreational quota entity at the last meeting, which was like 4 weeks ago. And I appreciate you filling me in here personally of where you're at with it. But what I was hoping to ask you for was a sort of more complete explanation of where it's at the April meeting, the next time we meet. And I think that's a valuable one because it's in Anchorage. The Sportsman Show is there. There'll be charter operators listening and in the audience, and it's relevant to them. Is there any way you could make that happen?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Mesro, I promise we'll give you a detailed update at the April meeting.
as we discussed, there's a lot of things that we're working very hard to work through issues with a number of different parts of the federal government. And I think by April, we should be able to report on where we're at and where we've been able to make progress. So yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My time is limited at this table, so that's why I've been so persistent about it. Thanks.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted, Mr. Downs' question reminded me I was going to wait till the end, but I'll just ask a very similar question about your status of regulatory amendments and FMP amendments. I was wondering specifically about Amendment 113 to the Gulf FMP for the Rockfish Program adjustments. I've asked about this before. I don't see any dates filled in, and as you and the council recall, the council took that action in June 2022 to be responsive to some significant changes in terms of the fishery itself and challenges in the processing sector. And since that time, even more changes have occurred that are really making that rule very critical. And so I am very concerned that about what appears to be no progress on the rulemaking for that. Can you please give me an update?
Madam Chair, Miss Baker, I'll take that one because my staff member, Joel Kraske, who just completed the Trolley M rule, launched immediately into the Rockfish rule. I currently have that proposed rule package sitting in my inbox, ready to move on. Our target date is to try to get it published before the start of Rockfish because of the issues that are going on in Kodiak related to processing. So we have been in contact with the stakeholders on our plan, and I think we're set up to meet some of those targets.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Keaton. I appreciate the update.
Okay, and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'm back on the cost recovery, and Mr. Keaton, I know you mentioned improved opportunity for reports from that program, but the example you gave was on the new the programming costs associated with a new permitting system. Like how do we, and with these types of improvements to the reports, would they be able to then delineate like that new incremental cost as a result of LAP programs? When we're looking at those kinds of changes to the agency, I wouldn't necessarily think that's something that you'd attribute to a LAP program. I would think that's something the agency does on a regular basis to update their programming. It probably affects LLP permitting and things like that that aren't associated with LAPs. So it was a good example, but it's the one that raised a kind of question. And so my question is whether the reports will be able to really clearly delineate for people the incremental cost associated with the LAP program with each of those costs to the agency.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm recognizing we have a lot of work to do and a lot of conversations that have to happen before I can really definitively answer your question on what level of detail we can provide. Currently, we're working on looking at what we currently are collecting in data, and some partners are collecting more than others. And so the first step is to try to get everybody reporting similarly so we can do those breakouts and those delineations instead of rolling it up. I do believe that we will be able to provide some additional clarity, specifically with the example that I made. Like there is a ratio that is being applied for the cost. And it's not all just being broken out to cost recovery programs. There's a certain amount of the normal, day-to-day management, right, that is part of that ratio. So, and we'd be able to delineate out what those ratios are. That's one of the requests that was in the letter that was submitted to you. And like some of my staff use that. Like, for example, Amy Hadfield, she manages the e-landing software, right? I can delineate out exactly what time she spends in what cost recovery program. So we have some of those levels of detail, but we're going to get everybody onto the same page, talk to the industry and the stakeholders to get what they would like in that report, and then put together the best report we can. I would like to create this as more of an iterative report from year to year, similar to like the in-season management report. I don't think we're going to get it perfect the first year, but we're going to do our best to get something that's much better than what you currently have in front of you.
Madam Chair, I just thank you for that. I think it is something worth pursuing. Obviously, as fishery values go down, any kind of cost is even that much more important. So having the agency take that process seriously and only account for the costs that are attributable to lab programs, I think is important. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. One quick note on the status of the actions. So we put in their actual dates. So once an action starts regional review, we fill in that date. We don't do projections, just because those are really hard, especially with, prioritizing actions and then things that come up. So I just wanted to make that note. Moving on to we have an Alaska Region operational update. This is unusual in a B report, but we thought it would be worth mentioning. In October, the Department of Commerce implemented a new accounting system called the Business Application Solutions, or BAS. And that has impacted NOAA fisheries. And it's been difficult because some business requirements are not working as expected and have had unintended consequences for the Alaska region. We're having difficulty performing essential operational functions, including our ability to process grant funding. And we are working with NOAA and DOC to make progress toward resolving these issues. We thought this is something that folks might encounter, and just to provide a little bit of background on the fact that we're working really hard to continue doing our work and in this new system. Moving on, we received the 2022 Yukon disaster funding on January 29th. The Secretary of Commerce announced an allocation of $42 million to address fisheries disasters in the West Coast, Alaska, Louisiana, Mississippi, and tribal waters between 2017 and 2022. And that included nearly 1.6 million for the Yukon River salmon fisheries. We will follow up with the state of Alaska and the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission to issue a non-competitive request for application letter and to assist in developing a spend plan. There's a bit of information on the PCTC program. We issued a cooperative quota share, so 6 cooperatives applied for, and we issued cooperative quota share to those 6 cooperatives prior to the start of the fishery. We also, the special 90-day transfer provision ended on January 17th, and we have additional information on the PCTC program on our website.
Ms. Harrington, before you move on, we have a question on your previous item. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was interested in a little bit more detail on how NIMS expects to work with the tribal organizations to understand how subsistence users will be able to apply for. It seems to me this is sort of, to some extent, breaking new ground in a good way. And I was just wondering if NIMS could provide the council with some sort of sense of what the role of tribal organizations will be in assisting development of emergency relief payments to subsistence users.
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite. So we, the first step, so this was just announced January 29th. And the first step is we provide the information to the requester of the disaster, which was the governor. And then we work through that process. And so at this stage, we don't have any, the agency doesn't have any definitive plans. But yeah, I agree that that's an important piece. But like I said, our first step is to work with the state of Alaska to develop a spend plan.
And Ms. Harrington, thank you for that. Before you move on, back up on your operational update and your business application solution challenges. Is there anything specific that we need to be aware of as it relates to the council process in the immediate term that may be delayed or translate into challenges for some of our near-term work and engagement with the agency? Thanks.
Madam Chair, so as far as I know, there's nothing immediate. It's just more of an understanding, and I think our Alaska Region operations folks are working really hard to make sure there are no major issues as we move forward with meeting all of our funding obligations. It's just a lot more difficult than it usually is, learning a new system and a system to try to make sure that it accomplishes that it has the functionality we need to do all of the things that we do with our funding, including mainly with grants. So I can't say anything right now, but this is more of a heads up that this is a issue in the background that we're trying to work through. And I'm not sure if Mr. Curlin has additional stuff to add.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Curlin.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. As Ms. Harrington mentioned, this does connect to grants. And so council grants are potentially affected. It's something that I know our headquarters folks are acutely aware of and trying to resolve before it has adverse effects on the councils. So as Ms. Harrington indicated, we don't have any immediate information that that's going to be a concern, but just know that it's on the agency's radar screen to try to resolve it. And frankly, it's been a frustrating process for our admin folks to try to deal with. And, they're fielding a lot of inquiries from grant recipients, not just councils.
Thank you for that clarification. And Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. And I apologize. I was a little slow. I wanted to go back to the disaster funding to sort of follow up on Mr. Twight's question. Since, as you noted, Ms. Harrington, for previous and recent fishery disasters, the state of Alaska has been the entity that developed spend plans for those disasters in Alaska. And so assuming that Mr. Twight's question referred to the availability of disaster funds for subsistence fishery users in Alaska, my question for you is, the report that we have from you, essentially, as I read it, anticipates the same process that NOAA Fisheries and the state of Alaska have been using for recent fishery disasters in terms of the state developing the spend plan, by the way, for which we have had, unfortunately, previous recent salmon disasters that have included funds for subsistence fishery participants. So I guess my question is, am I operating on the correct assumption that you all are proposing with this new funding announcement that we will essentially follow the same process that we've used for fishery disasters?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, we are assuming that we will follow the processes we have in the past. Again, this is new, and so there may be changes, and we can update the council if there are changes, but we're operating under the assumption that it will be similar to how we've done it in the past.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington.
All right, so moving on, we're going to take a couple of things out of order. So Josh will talk about the exempted fishing permit and the scale inspections and vessel monitoring plans after I'm finished with the balance of the report. So moving on, we did complete a very large project. I had informed the council in October that we were doing scoping for an EIS for the incidental take statement for the Southeast Alaska salmon fisheries and funding to the state of Alaska to implement the Pacific Salmon Treaty, what we're calling the SEEK EIS. So we were able to complete that document and publish it on January 26th, along with EIS from the West Coast region on the prey increase program. We published those on the same day. We're seeking public comments through March 11th, and there's a link in the B report to access that document. And we encourage folks to read it and provide public comment. This has been a big analytical lift for sustainable fisheries, the entire Alaska region, working closely with the West Coast region, and then also with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and as a cooperating agency, and also with the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida as a cooperating agency. So a lot of it encompasses a lot of work in a short amount of time, and we think it's we encourage folks to review it and provide comments. So next we have a few marine mammal issues. And I think Anne Marie Ike may be on, or someone else from Protected Resources if there are any questions to the following issues, but I will go ahead and briefly summarize them. Well, the first is a salmon issue, not a marine mammal issue, but we received on January 11th, we received a petition to list Alaska Chinook salmon from streams draining into the Gulf of Alaska as threatened or endangered, and to designate critical habitat. And we have a link to the petition in the B report. We will review this petition and announce our decision in the Federal Register. We also, NIMS published a tech memo on Alaska killer whale entanglements between 1991 and 2022. The report is also linked in the B report. And this report provides a comprehensive detail on 37 reported killer whale entanglement cases in Alaska over the past 3 decades. This technical memo has been in development since the spring of 2023, prior to reports of the summer 2023 killer whale takes. And there's more information provided on that tech memo.
Ms. Harrington, before you move on, Mr. Toy has a question.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Harrington, I'm sorry, this is on the Wild Fish Conservancy petition. I just can't remember on these 90-day findings. Does the agency have any latitude, or do they, in terms of defining, in terms of being able to come up with different findings, say for if the agency determines that some areas might qualify, but that other parts of this large area that's being proposed don't qualify, does the agency do that in the 90-day finding, or do they just kind of give it an overall thumbs up or thumbs down based on the entire region? And I should know the answer and I can't remember.
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, the review at the 90-day stage is, I don't want to call it cursory, but it's really a fairly low bar just to determine whether the petition presents substantial information indicating that the petitioned action may be warranted. And if so, then we undertake a status review that gets into the level of detail that you're describing.
If I may, Madam Chair, so it's possible then the agency could note that in their cursory initial review, there's some areas that appear to, and based on some areas appearing to, could then go ahead and proceed with the 12-month review. Is that right?
I don't know that I'd characterize it that way, but again, we look at the petition as a whole, and if it presents enough information indicating that the action requested may be warranted, then we do a status review that gets into that level of detail about what the potentially listable entity is, if we're talking about evolutionarily significant units, how those would be delineated, and then whether those meet the standards for listing under the ESA.
And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And probably for Mr. Curlin again. And so in that first cursory 90-day review, the agency is only looking at the petition itself. It doesn't look beyond what the petition provides to try to understand whether the action may be warranted.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we look at the petition itself and other information readily available in our files. We don't request input from the public at this stage, but if our review indicates that the petition action may be warranted, then we request public input, and and take a deeper dive, if you will, in doing a status review. And I really regret that I used the word cursory, but it's a review of the petition.
Thank you. And so in that 90-day review, you're allowed to use information readily available in your files. Does that also mean from other partner agencies that you work with that have a lot of salmon information in their files, or does it really just mean the agency uses their own data?
Through the chair, it's really specifically information that the agency has ready access to. So for instance, in this case, at the 90-day review stage, we wouldn't be asking the Department of Fish and Game for everything that they have that may be relevant to this. But if there's information that we have access to currently, we will use it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Harrington, I'm not seeing any other questions right now. Thanks.
Thank you. So the next item is that as the killer whale incidental catches in Alaska, NMFS is continuing to work with representatives of the Amendment 80 and non-pollock trawl fleet to investigate factors that may have contributed to the elevated killer whale bycatch rates in 2023. We are also continuing to work with the industry on our own survey operations to explore ways to avoid killer whale interactions. We will be funding a project that is scheduled to start this spring and involve Dr. Hannah Meyer and the Alaska Seafood Cooperative. We have a couple items here for the fur seals, where NMFS is working to finalize a revision of the conservation plan for the Eastern Pacific stock of northern fur seals. And we anticipate that the conservation plan will be completed in spring or early summer of 2024, and we will publish a Federal Register notice when it's available.
And Ms. Harrington, we have a question on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Harrington, this really sort of anticipates the next item too about the co-management update. But it is really pointed at the availability of the conservation plan. Is it anticipated that the council might be able to receive a presentation on the plan along with the co-managers, also who know the plan well and will be dealing with implementation also, in time for the council to provide comments during the public comment period?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, that is my understanding, but I would hope that either Mr. Curlin or if Anne Marie is available, they can correct me if I'm miss.
Yeah, Dr. Ike, if you're on, I'll let you take that one.
Thank you. Am I coming through okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Anne Marie Ike, National Marine Fisheries Service, Protected Resources Division for the record. Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, we are looking at having a co-presentation during our B report in April with our co-management partners from the Aleut community of St. Paul Island who've helped us work through this conservation plan. I will say though that the comment period has already ended on the draft conservation plan, so that's already finalized. So, but we are looking to present on the final conservation plan that's going to be going out in the Federal Register soon. Thanks.
Thank you. That's excellent, and I appreciate the update. I should have remembered that comment period's over already. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Harrington.
Thank you. The next piece is the Northern Fur Seal co-management update. NMFS continues to work with our co-management partners after receipt of petitions from the Aleut community of St. Paul Island, the Traditional Council of St. George Island, and the Aleut Marine Mammal Commission to revise the Northern Fur Seal subsistence use regulations. And we published a notice in the Federal Register of the receipt of the petition in November. And we anticipate publication of a proposed rule to revise the fur seal subsistence hunting provisions in late 2024 or early 2025. NIMS also continues to collaborate on first seal research and monitoring projects with our co-management partners on St. Paul and St. George. The last protected resources issue is there was an albatross take in December of 2023 by a longline fishing vessel in the Gulf of Alaska, south of Unalaska Island. NIMS and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service were notified of the take, and the bird has been identified. And the carcass is being shipped to the University of Alaska Fairbanks for analysis. Under the biological opinion allows for takes, 6 takes during a 2-year period. So there's an additional allowance for 5 takes for all federal Alaska groundfish fisheries over the next year. And then this is another unique item. So we are under the Inflation Reduction Act. The National Marine Fisheries Service, including the science centers, are hiring positions throughout the agency under the Fisheries Reduction Act. These have a unique hiring process. And so we're providing information so that if anybody's interested, they can be aware. And we're posting all the positions on the Fisheries IRA website, which is linked in the report. And they'll be announced on a rolling basis, and they will be open for 7 or fewer days. Which is why we're giving this heads up. They will also be announced on the NOAA Fisheries LinkedIn page. And we encourage anyone who's interested to go into USA Jobs, and you can set up an alert there, and also folks can work on their resume and provide the information ahead of time. There will be jobs with the Alaska Fisheries Science and the Alaska region in addition under this announcement. So the last item that I will be discussing is our tribal relations update. Since the December council meeting on January 11th, NIMS offered consultation on actions for items scheduled for this February council meeting. We received 1 response from the Aleut community of St. Paul, and we conducted that consultation on February 5th. And there's a continued interest in early and meaningful engagement on consultations, and we're thinking about how to improve our consultation process. We've also had some tribal engagements since the December council meeting. In December and January, we've had 3 informational meetings on Cook Inlet salmon issues with the Ninilchik Traditional Council, the Kanik Tribal Council, the Chickaloon Village Traditional Council, and the Salamanov Tribe. And then we had an event with over a dozen Cook Inlet tribal entities from the Kenai Peninsula. We also in mid-January held an information meeting with Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, Kowarek, and the Bering Sea Elders Group, and several other tribal entities on issues related to alternatives being considered in the preliminary CHUM EIS. We provide some more information here on the harvest specs action for the Cook Inlet salmon issues, because that's an issue in front of the council at this meeting. And we provide more information on the consultation history. And also one of the things that we're learning from the tribes during these engagements is that there's an interest for an indigenous subsistence set aside in the Cook Inlet EEZ for salmon. We are currently focused on completing the Cook Inlet FMP and rulemaking as required by court orders, but we intend to honor these tribal consultation requests in the coming months and to host conversations with Cook Inlet tribes regarding the topic of tribal subsistence fisheries in the Cook Inlet EEZ area. And then I do want to highlight that we also, prior to each council meeting, we're sending a tribal newsletter. There's a link to our February edition of our tribal newsletter. These are really great resources to get an overview of what's coming up at the council meeting, and then also to request consultation or engagement. And they have information on NIMS issues as well, such as job postings, grants, educational opportunities available throughout Alaska. One of the things that we're thinking of doing starting prior to the April meeting is to set up a regularly scheduled consultation. One of the things that's challenging is scheduling right before a council meeting, because we know we've got a lot of things going on for everybody. And so if we had a regularly scheduled meeting, we think that that would provide enough advanced time for planning, and we could really have a focused in-depth consultation meeting prior to the council meeting. And so with that, that includes my portion of the B report, and I'll turn it back to Josh for the exempted fishing permit and the scales and VMP update.
Hello again, Madam Chair. I'll first start with a really brief high-level overview of the scale inspection and VMP process. This is a typical report that we give you in February because it just abuts up against the end of a busy season. So we have 3 scale inspection seasons roughly. The first one has just concluded. That's when we target most of the Amendment 80 catcher processors. And that was mostly done in Seattle. We'll have another scale inspection season is what we call it, but that's just the way the fleets have organized between a season Pollock and the beginning of Hake, where the AFA catcher processors will get inspected here in Seattle. And then this is also a time where we start to notify the longliners, because they like their inspections in Dutch Harbor, that we are setting our inspection season for Dutch Harbor the last week of May and the first week of June. New this year is we do now have vessels using the new rubberized belt. This was a request to the agency that resulted in us developing a process to test new belts for to rely or to get better, more precise measurements of fish. So that concludes the scale inspection part. The vessel monitoring plans. We have done 260 vessel monitoring plans. That's 260 individual vessels that are now using electronic monitoring in the North Pacific. 105 catcher vessels in trawl EM. A better way to think about that is every vessel in the Bering Sea pollock fishery, except for 4, are currently using EM. And we expect that to continue with the regulated program next year, with the majority of the AFA fleet, catcher vessel fleet, being on EM. And then on the fixed gear EM, we had 148 catcher vessels selected. We did place 28 vessels in what we call the notice of improvement pool. This is where we look at the violations or things noticed in review from the prior year, and we notice them and tell them, you know, these are what you should focus on this year. If there is not improvement, we do reserve the right to remove them from the pool in the following year. So that concludes the gist of the B2 report. At this point, we have the exempted fishing permit application, and I would like to invite Lang Solberg up to the table of real-time data where he can present his EFP application. It's coming up.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Lang Solberg. I'm the U.S. manager for a company called Real Time Data. We build our flagship product called the Deckhand Electronic Logbook Platform. And I'd like to talk to you today a little bit about our approach to this exempted fishing permit. I'll spare you the details at this point of what an electronic logbook is, but I'm happy to chat about that later if you have questions. I'd rather like to focus mostly on our activity in 2023 as we got up and running in the Alaska region, so to speak, and what we look forward to hopefully accomplishing in 2024 and beyond. We received NPFMC funding back in late 2022 for a program start in 23 to outfit upwards of 30 fixed gear halibut and sablefish vessels with our product on board to test the concept, pilot the concept of an electronic logbook. This primarily was intended to replace the paper DFL in the over 60 or sablefish pot gear fleet. And this was a really successful initial program. We had a lot of positive feedback from the industry. Something unique to our platform is that we can actually action feedback if necessary in a rapid fashion and deploy updates to the fleet quickly. And so we did that in some cases and just worked with the fleet and with NIMS on this iterative process in the beginnings of the NIFWIF project. However, there were some interesting challenges, specifically as it pertains to the CFR noted in the slide here. And this federal regulation mandates that vessels print log sheets on board vessels on a daily basis from electronic logbook platforms. And this is the first time we've run into this, and we very quickly realized that we weren't just an electronic logbook company, but we were also providing support for printers on board on small vessels in constrained wheelhouses. In fact, sitting here this morning, we actually received a customer support request for some printer support just before I came up here to speak with you all. So this has led to engaging with the Alaska region to and collaborate on ways forward from what we perceive to be some higher than necessary barriers to entry for electronic logbook technology in the Alaska region. So 2024, we're a month in and things are moving quickly. We have what we call internally NIFWIF 2.0, which to us means a second application to NIFWIF for additional funding to expand the year one project. We hope to hear on whether or not that was awarded in March, and hopefully can have an expanded program with the region's support on the water by June or July. We're also working with the catcher vessel trawl fleet as sort of a non-NIFWIF deployment to assist that fleet in walking in lockstep with the rest of the North Pacific and Bering Sea to start experimenting with electronic logbooks on board. And we even work with oceanographic data collection initiatives with, for example, the Southeast Alaska Troll Fleet under a separate NIFWIF project. It's non-regulatory, but it's leveraging our platform to collect oceanographic data there too. So at the end of the day, we really hope to move forward with eventual approval of our electronic logbook by the region. One thing that stands in our way, and I believe one of the only things that stands in our way at this point, is the fact that there is no API available yet provided by NIMS for us to electronically submit data. And we're checking in frequently with the regional office on progress there, but we do hope for resources in progress along the lines of the API. Important in this partnership is, of course, IPHC. We have a good working relationship with IPHC, who I believe you'll hear from later in public comment, to ensure that that their data needs are addressed as well. So lots of collaboration and, again, lockstep happening there. And our platform is very fisher centric. The workflow in Deckhand works as fishermen work. So you tap deploy gear, for example, in the long line workflow, a lat long is grabbed, and it affords fishermen to integrate electronic data collection into their fishing workflow, if you will. And we're trying to build on that and offer more value to harvesters for their own businesses as well. So we really appreciate the collaboration, the project on the NIFWIF project we've had so far with the Alaska region. We want to build on that, and we really want to explore ways in which the region and all stakeholders can benefit from a streamlined ability to collect and transmit data using electronic logbook technology that's really accessible these days. Wherever we can, we also want to, of course, provide any input into how we collaborate with EM, the Observer Program, and all the other kind of arms and legs of the animal that is fisheries accountability with technology out on the grounds. And of course, we want to make all the users of our product and all stakeholders happy. So I'll pass it over to Josh. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Per the normal EFP submission process, right? We're required to bring it before you for your comments or consideration. I don't believe you have to do anything, but I wanted to first give you just a brief overview of what we've done to analyze this EFP request. Very briefly, we did do a kickoff meeting with internal agency partners to discuss if there was any barriers with the EFP as it was presented, and we did not identify anything. In your packet, you see AFSC's comment letter, which has indicated one of the challenges that we will be addressing in the EFP language should we go forward with this. So on the slide here, I want to just briefly touch on who uses logbook data in the paper format. Currently, starting first with our observers or NPFMC FMA, the observers are usually provided that paper copy, which they then use to fill out their hall information. So under the proposed logbook access, we need to figure out two things. One, there's the access to the debriefers for quality control of the data, which we can do through the e-landings when we get the API, and the API is just a computer language on how to collect that information, by the way. Once that's set, then they'll be able to access that information. But we'll be working with the observer program to ensure that the observers still maintain access to their data in the EFP language. Another stakeholder is our OLE and U.S. Coast Guard partners as they're doing their boardings on the vessels, right? Currently, under the logbooks in 2023, they were maintaining those printing requirements because those were the regulations. They did not have an EFP, but going on, we're trying to get rid of the paper copies. So we'll be engaging with our OLE partners on what they need during their boardings. And so something that's built into the system is the ability to track changes and when the thing is submitted, data and timestamped. And we're discussing like an enforcement type thing where the fisherman would push a button, I'm getting boarded, and it downloads a copy of that logbook that can then be submitted to those boarding agents for their requirements. And then finally, a huge customer of logbooks is IPHC. The port samplers collect that information that's necessary for them to do their job. And they are working independently with real-time data on a solution for that of direct transmission. And so I believe we may hear a comment from them later on. As for agency benefits of electronic logbook, I just hit the high points, increased access, higher data quality. A large part of logbook data errors are due to transcription errors. And then I just mentioned the tracking of edits or corrections helps enhance enforcement and in-season management when trying to track down things that change. And furthermore, it removes the cost of printing and mailing paper logbooks. That is a lot. And Krista Milani will thank me when she doesn't have to schlep a whole bunch of logbooks up the stairs in Dutch Harbor. A final 2 points I wanted to mention is that the logbook development has been noted in your Alaska Region Electronic Technology Implementation Plan as something that we would look forward to increasing our data quality and timeliness of our data. And then finally, with the recent loss of some of the sablefish logbook data being annotated, the Alaska Fisheries Science Center has reached out to the region to ask for e-logbook development in order to support the collection of that sablefish effort data. So from here, the next phases are we would go and start developing EFP language, working closely with our agency partners to ensure that the access is provided. And then once that's done, then we would pick a start date for the EFP to allow printing. I will note that these logbooks can be used by these vessels if they maintain a printer on board. So if any criteria in the EFP is cumbersome to a fisherman, they would have the choice to continue to use a printer in lieu of the EFP. So with that,
Thank you, Mr. Solberg, Mr. Keaton. See if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thanks for the presentation and the work to move us in this direction. The purpose of the council, I guess, the EFP in general is to exempt you from certain regulations. So I just want to be clear that the only regulations you're proposing to be exempted from are the need to print out the logbook and to do a in-person signature. Is that correct? That wasn't in the presentation, but I just want to make sure there's nothing else in the request to be exempted from that I'm missing.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, you are entirely correct. And that would have been a good thing to put right up front. What is the regulation to be removed? And that is exactly the regulation. There is one regulation that we highlighted early on in 2023 when we were doing that. You must maintain a printer and get that physical signature. That is the regulation we would waive and replace with EFP language that ensures access to that data by observers and authorized personnel.
Thank you. And that leads to my follow-up question that it seems like a kind of a small change to try to, not have people have to print something out on board if they're using an e-logbook. But what the meat of this really seems like what you're testing is, your slide on who consumes logbook data. It's how to get the data from the logbook to the important partners, to observers, to IPHC. So that's also being tested, not just how well we're reducing the burden of printing out a logbook. That's the key part. I'm just making sure I understand it. I did skim the EFP application, but I didn't read every word.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that is what we're testing. We're testing alternate ways to ensure that the people that need the data get access to the data they need without requiring a piece of paper, right? It's the vision of electronic logbooks. As we have a very as our fleet ages, right, our new operators are younger and they like to have their cell phones and use electronics, and they want and I hear almost weekly from fishermen wanting fully electronic solutions to the data that they need to support fishery management. And this project and the great working relationship we've had with real-time data is moving us forward. He just briefly touched on the trawl logbook aspect, right? That was just really just like, hey, you can sell these to logbooks, and we have a bunch of trawl guys starting to use it because they're looking at, I have EM on my boat, why not have an electronic logbook too? Fully electronic, everything, and it works better for us if it's that way. So.
And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks, Mr. Solberg and Mr. Keaton. This is really, I think this is great. And once again, we sort of highlight the problems that our own regulations can cause. And so my question is, as you consider what to change, are you thinking about taking advantage of the flexible tools, the sort of less regulatory tools like VMPs as a way of specifying how we'll make use of e-logbooks rather than writing a new regulation that ends up being as constraining as the old one was?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, collaborative tools are my game. That's what I like, right? We got to think about the future, and we can't predict the future. If I could predict the future, I wouldn't be sitting here. I might be in that high rise across the way. But collaborative tools and just a realization that logbook regulations haven't really been touched in 20 years, and technology has drastically changed our lives, right? And how we operate. And so really part of this, the majority of this project will be looking at bringing us to normal and then looking for those things that will prevent the next technology leap, so we'll be looking at those things, but really this project is be focused on providing access to data through digital means, which are where people want. And then we nail that one down, then we can start a conversation with changing regulations and making it permanent and what those might look like. But first step, EFP.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. I appreciate your presentation. Okay.
And with
Yeah.
that concludes B2.
Great. So I think this is a good place to break for lunch. As a reminder, we'll be meeting with or having lunch with the AP on floor 28. Let's come back at 1:20 and we'll reconvene with agenda item B3. Council members, please come back to order. We'll be continuing our conversation on agenda item B3, and I think NOAA GC has submitted a written report, and Ms. Watson is here for any questions. Council members have any questions on the NOAA GC report? Is there anything that you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next up is our B4 report, and we have Dr. Bob Boyd with us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. Bob Foy, Alaska Fishery Science Center. We'll wait for a presentation to pop up here. So while that's coming up, this should be a fairly brief report. You might recall that we have typically our state of the center report at this time, typically, given budget situations right now and waiting for, and given that we're in a continuing resolution right now, thank you. We'll postpone that till the April meeting when I've got a better understanding of what our expectations are for the rest of the year. Having said that, I did want to provide a couple of updates and responses to topics that you have been interested in. In particular, I'll walk through where we think we're going with the 2024 surveys. You had asked in October that I keep you updated on where Alaska specific projects are going with the Inflation Reduction Act. And then lastly, a quick briefing on the survey modernization effort. And you'll remember that I brought this before you in October, and I just wanted to provide some updates and see if there's additional questions now that you've had some time to think about it. So anything in red was intended to be done, but was not done. And the X's mean that we have, due to resource limitations, stopped focusing on those. And all of them have been in concert with discussions with the council. I've had a little bit more information here to identify which of these surveys is on a charter vessel versus a NOAA vessel, as well as which of these surveys are focused on fish or ecosystems. And this is in response to questions that I have gotten from the council and others as we put this together. So, I'm not going to go into a ton of detail here, except ask you to focus on the far right side, the final column. And I guess in the future, I need to start cutting some columns off of here, but it's good to see the time series for this information. At the very top, we have our Eastern Bering Sea bottom trawl. And you can see that our intention is to conduct that survey this year. We've got the Pollock acoustic trawl, happens every other year, and that is moving forward as expected. We have not been doing the slope survey, as you know. This year, and I'll speak more to this, I mentioned this in October, we do not plan to do the Northern Bering Sea survey so that we can conduct the survey modernization effort. And I'll go into those details here in a moment. And this is not a typical year for our longline survey here in the Eastern Bering Sea portion. The rest of these surveys we do intend to do. This is a periodic survey period for Boguslav. This is part of the donut hole agreement where we collect data on Pollock in the Boguslav region. So that is intended to happen this year. And then we've got more of our ecosystem surveys, our ichthyoplankton survey in the spring, juvenile survey in the fall. Those two surveys we have not been successful at getting done in the last couple of years in their entirety. Much of this was either associated with resources, ship time, or COVID in 2020. So we're hoping to get that off the ground this year. And all of this is based on the expectations that budgets come through and that for the larger vessels so that the Oscar Dyson is available. And that's an unknown right now. All of the charter work that's here is already funded. So all of the charter work where our expectations are to move forward, that's already contracted and moving forward as expected. So no possibility of changes there. Then we've got our collaborative research, our eco-foci program. This is in concert with OAR and the Pacific Marine Environmental Lab, looking at oceanography and lower trophic levels. And that is also on the Dyson. And then lastly, the Age 1 pollock survey, also expected to be on the Dyson. At the very least, we will get our abundance surveys done on the Dyson this year. In fact, the first survey is underway. And the Dyson came out of dry dock, and we started 2 days late, but we're underway right now, weather notwithstanding. So moving to Gulf of Alaska. Again, we're just looking at the far right-hand column. This is not a bottom trawl year in the Gulf of Alaska. We're in the Aleutian Islands, so no expectations there. We are securing our funding for our longline survey, so we're expecting that to move forward, as well as our Southeast Alaska survey, and then our core pollock surveys in the Shumagon area and in the Shelikof Strait region in particular. This is an off year for the Gulf of Alaska acoustic survey and ichthyoplankton survey in the Gulf. And again, these last two surveys, the eco-foci survey and some of the Gulf Watch data collections are expected to happen every year. And again, that's funding dependent. And then lastly, this is an Aleutian Islands year. So we already have plans moving forward for the Aleutian Islands bottom trawl survey as expected. So that's my update on the surveys. Just wanted to give you an idea of where the surveys were at, and we'll know more in April.
Thank you. Dr. Foy, we have a question for you. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy. I just was wondering about the Prince William Sound Pollock acoustic trawl survey. It looks like of all of them, that one has been the longest time without a survey. And I'm just wondering if you look towards 2025 or 2026 and like forecast what you're planning to do then. It might be helpful if you were able to include that year and what your plan was if you do that. Just, I wouldn't be asking that question if I saw that you were planning to do it the next year, but just wondering.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thank you for the question. Right now, with our resources as they are, ship availability as it is, that is a lower priority region for us compared to the Shumagons, and in terms of the data that go into the model to estimate the total abundance. So right now, I couldn't answer that question. We keep it on the list because we think that when we can, it's important to look at the entirety of the stock. But right now, that's not part of the plan.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Is there some indicator that you might look for if you have an area like this that hasn't had a survey in 4 or 5 years? And is there something like the amount of effort that it takes the fleet to catch, or the size of the fish that would trigger you to want to do that, or to be an alert?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, yes, absolutely. In years past, when we have heard that the pollock stock has been in that region, we have done our best to move effort, east when at all possible. But again, our core efforts, especially with respect to the stock assessment, and we have looked at which data sets are more or less effective within the stock assessment as well. So we consider all of that, but certainly we pay attention to where the catch is coming from, and whether it appears that there's more stock towards the east, and whether or not we need to try and get there.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. On the Northern Bering Sea survey, it's hard to tell just because that was a survey that was really only picked up regularly in the past few years, but would we expect that that's supposed to look like an annual survey, or is the expectation that that is still an opportunistic survey? I think it's.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, our expectation is after, dialogue with the council and working with the stock assessment program after the 2019 heat wave, where it was apparent that we needed to see the interannual variability in the Northern Bering Sea, that our goal is for that to be an annual survey. All our intentions are for that to be an annual survey. The only reason we're not right now is taking advantage of this opportunity for, given that we've got a colder year. We've had a series of colder years, so we've had the stock shift back to a more normal. It gives us an opportunity to conduct the survey modernization project so that we can quickly get back to the Northern Bering Sea. It'll be every other year until we finish that modernization program, but the expectation is that it then goes every year with, again, a more nimble survey design with more nimble survey gear that allows us to address the changes that we're seeing in the stock movements.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Choi. Madam Chair, Dr. Foy. Recently, I had a stakeholder ask me about a survey in the Northern Bering Sea research area, and I wasn't familiar with that, and I wasn't recognizing in the list of surveys what that might be, and I tried looking ahead in your presentation and didn't see anything. And you're nodding your head like maybe you know what they were talking about more than I know what they were talking about. So if you could fill me in a little bit, that would be great. Thanks.
Certainly. Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, it's not actually a survey. It's a research project. It's called the NETS Research Project. It's a study that isn't completely funded, and we have been working with communities and different industry folks to consider whether or not an effects of trawl gear on habitat, identification of essential fish habitat would be worthwhile in the future. So it's just a research project and it's in the design phase and not fully funded.
Thank you, Dr. Foy.
Okay, so next I wanted to move on to just some updates on the IRA funding. You'll remember that there are a number of different foci of the funding within NOAA. Call them in different buckets here, but the main focus for the funding that's coming to the National Marine Fisheries Service is under coastal communities and climate resilience. And you can go to that website and see lots more information about the entirety of the funding coming through. I'm only going to focus on Alaska. You remember in October, I provided the whole big picture. It has matured a bit to this point, and I can talk a little bit more about our expectations for this next year at the very least. So as part of the climate ready fisheries portion of those funding, something you didn't see before and I'm excited about is the funding for our survey charters. So this is why I can tell you definitively that our survey charters are underway for this next year. We have some separate focus on marine mammal survey charters. So we have decided that we'll be working with ice seals, bowhead whales, and then a large cetacean survey over the course of the next 4 years. This will allow us to make some progress on our MMPA requirements, but it'll also provide us some much needed information on marine mammal distributions, condition, et cetera, in the Northern Bering Sea, Chukchi region, a region of extremely large change. So it'll help us better understand those areas, and again, in a way that we haven't been able to fund of late. Third is the survey modernization. So this is new. This is the focus on the project that I was just mentioning. This will allow us to move forward with that project. When I shared it with you, it was an idea. Now it is a funded idea and being implemented. And again, that's extremely exciting. It really will move the needle for us. And again, I'll describe those details here in a moment. The Climate Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative, and we have presented that to you numerous times in the past. The goal with that program, unlike others, because these are temporary funds, but the goal with that project are to increase capacity within the center to build out predictive climate models that inform management. So we are in the hiring phase. We're bringing people in, 4 people in, one to focus on oceanography and bridge the gap between climate data sets and regional environmental data. That will then be linked into the models that you see on a regular basis, the ACLIME models, where we talk about how much production is occurring in the Bering Sea region, where we talk about where the energy is flowing, and then ultimately the community impacts on the end of that model. So this is pretty exciting. One of the hires is in place. The others are in the works. So we'll have 3 more positions, one focused on management strategy evaluation, one focused on a marine mammal, with a marine mammal in particular focus. And then lastly, a socioeconomic focus as well. So those positions will help take what this council has supported for so many years in the ACLIME program and really move the needle by increasing capacity at the center. In the short term, it will be under the umbrella of CEFI, but in the long term, it means that we've got the expertise to continue. And we've made decisions within the center to move funds to make sure that those permanent positions remain permanent, and that we've got the funding to continue there. So that's a really important effort for us. Next, we've got some focus on equity and environmental justice. This will come in the form of opportunities for coastal communities to engage with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center on data collection. There'll be some education opportunities within the communities as well. In the short term, we have a notice of funding opportunity that will be on the streets in the coming weeks that will provide some opportunity in that regard. So we're, again, pretty excited to be able to do that in a way that improves our relationship with communities that we need to engage with. And then lastly, there are a number of projects associated with what we're calling strategic initiatives. So these are initiatives that are nationwide. There is an Alaskan component to each of them. I won't go into too many details, but the UXS is extremely important for Alaska in terms of building out capacity for us to use innovative tools such as drones to collect information that dovetails with the Oscar Dyson acoustic work and or with some of our trawl efforts. So right now, this is focused on using large surface drones that allow us to conduct some of the acoustic work. So I'll have more details on that this next year. Omics is an important field for us, as we know that the genomic program is critical for us to understand where stocks are coming from. This will also allow us to consider the use of this tool in the future for things that communicate about the productivity of the ecosystem. In some cases, they're even being used to assess abundance of species in other parts of the world. Europe's using that for right now. So this allows us to move the needle on some of those projects in Alaska. Remote sensing and optical work is, again, a technological development that allows us to consider how to use other tools such as satellites or cameras, et cetera, to collect data that help us better understand the ecosystem. The passive acoustic work is mostly happening in other regions because we've got a huge passive acoustic effort already in Alaska and are probably the national experts in that regard. Most of this focused on marine mammals, cetaceans in particular, with the moorings that we have throughout the state. And then what I don't have on here is active acoustics is another one. So this is working nationally to improve what we use to assess the pollock survey or the pollock abundance here, and consider what we can be doing better with active acoustics, how we can improve the data flow, how we can better distinguish the difference between species, et cetera. And then lastly, a social science effort to improve how social science data are collected and how they're incorporated into the management process. And then lastly, we've got 4 projects that are focused specifically on the Arctic, and we define Arctic here as including the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands North. So this is not the high Arctic. This is extremely relevant to the fisheries work at the council here. So we've got monitoring indices associated with co-managed marine mammals in the region. There's support for co-development of research and knowledge with numerous stakeholders, academic, international, indigenous, and this is acknowledging our need to work with partners that are collecting information or need information collected in this region of change. Next, socioeconomic studies conducted to better inform Arctic policy decisions. So again, this is building out the ideas around socioeconomics. How do we collect those data? How do we present them in a way that's informative to the processes in fisheries management? And then lastly, some support again for interns, students, supporting those partnerships, co-developing local and indigenous knowledge in this process. So the intent behind the Arctic research category for all of the NOAA line offices that were involved were to focus on these co-development processes. So it's nice that we can incorporate that into the fisheries portfolio. That's all I have on the IRA update.
Thank you.
So moving on, Madam Chair, to the survey modernization program. And again, I wanted to, I promised that I would keep this in front of you. I'll continue to bring this up until you tell me that you don't want me to. It is a huge effort. And now that we have funding for it, it really is moving quickly. And the take-home message in this presentation is that there is going to be change. The change starts with us needing to change some of our short-term effort to get this project done. And in the long term, it will mean an entirely different survey system in the Bering Sea, Northern Bering Sea, and Bering Sea slope. So there's quite a bit of change in the future here. Our intent is to go slowly, purposefully, have full engagement at all levels of the process. So that's what we're communicating here. And I'm going to talk through a couple of the meetings that have occurred to date and give you a sense for the types of topics that are being discussed at first here anyway. So why are we doing this? Our basic design goes back to the 50s, as you well know. With changes in stationarity of our stocks, there's an opportunity here to think beyond just protecting the time series and thinking about how we can be nimble enough to address the changes. Not to let go of the time series, not to not bring in annual information that informs stock assessment, but to appropriately reconsider what we're doing, how we're doing it to make sure that we're prepared for the future. This allows us to be more responsive to the environmental conditions. As you'll recall, when we had the heat wave in 15, 16, and in 19, it's difficult for us to just change and move somewhere to collect data in a different way. We have had pretty set survey designs to date. Our gear doesn't go everywhere. And so that leaves us in a bit of a difficult situation when we acknowledge that we need to move. And we're expecting to need to move. We will have heat waves again in the near future. Our need to move forward with some of these advanced survey technologies. I mentioned before, uncrewed vessel systems. So right now we're working on a system that allows us to have a surface vessel drone working with the NOAA vessel. That allows us to triple our footprint on acoustic data, which is hugely important as we see fewer survey days and a need for more survey data. eDNA, trawl sensors, camera work I mentioned before. Our survey gear. This is a big one, and this might be what just pushed us over the edge, is that our survey gear is no longer made. It's no longer available, the type of material that we use, for instance. So there's a basic need to rethink what we do. And you might say, well, just use a new material. It's just the net. You just design the net with a new material. And it doesn't work like that. Our mensuration, meaning our understanding of where that net is, how that net fishes, goes all the way down to how the structure of the net works, how the doors work, how the net stretches, how the material stretches over time, et cetera. That impacts our ability to provide precise catch per unit effort in this process. New methods associated with a different statistical approach. In the Bering Sea, we have a systematic survey. We occupy the same station every year, and we have for 50 years. We acknowledge that that doesn't, again, provide us that flexibility should we need to change. Should we need to have fewer days at sea? Should we get more days at sea? Should there be a change in distribution? So this process will allow us to take a step back, reconsider how we structure the entire time series. And that will be something that happens in the out years of this project. This includes model-based methods. So this is how we would consider the statistical results coming off of the survey. This allows us to consider artificial intelligence as well as a possible tool moving forward. These are tools that are being used around the world right now to manage fisheries and better understand fish distributions as changes occur, as our understanding of the life history or our understanding of how a fish stock's biology is changing with the climate. We need to be considering these other tools again to make sure that our predictive capacity is as strong as possible for you. And then lastly, being aware of our need to incorporate more ecosystem data, essential fish habitat, for instance, climate forecasting, for instance. Doing that in a way that dovetails with the data that we collect is important. As I mentioned before, some of those ecosystem surveys, we can't continue to maintain at the level we're maintaining them. So how do we build that into an existing survey program? That's what this is partially about. So this was my message this last year, and it continues that stakeholder input is hugely important. We're looking at everything from overall design, the sampling gear and methodologies, and these other tools. So we are trying to bring as many stakeholders in as possible with as many different experts as possible. And again, the end game here is to make sure that we're developing a system that has as much input as possible, and really is addressing the needs of that we're seeing change in the environment. So just a few things that have happened since the October meeting. We had some initial discussions with our experts at our Sandpoint campus. You might recall that we design and build our own nets, again, to make sure that they stay with the standards that we expect from a scientific survey design. So we met with a number of folks and stakeholders, vessel captains, to start talking about that, to share what we've been doing and consider how those nets work, what we think should be changed, what we think could be changed. We met with a number of different entities across industry to get feedback on how we might modernize, to communicate what the timing will be, to talk about the impacts of the Northern Bering Sea survey, to talk about the long-term expectations of this program. Just yesterday, there was a meeting that was held, very technical in nature, talking specifically about the types of doors that we use on the gear, to talk about the rigging, to talk about what kind of flume tanks that we need to, studies that we need to undertake to understand how the net is going to perform and make sure that that we limit the bias and or that we're at least aware of what the limitations of the gear are moving forward. Lastly, we're planning a meeting in March to advance towards the full net design and reconsider how the net is being developed. So hopefully what you're seeing here is that there is already progress. Progress is happening quickly. People are engaged. This is a call for more people to be engaged as they see fit. This is an opportunity to change how we do business for the next 50 years. So we're really looking to all interested parties there. Lastly, what are the next steps? In 2024, again, in place of the Northern Bering Survey, our staff will be completing the Eastern Bering Sea Survey as usual. We will then go into some gear trial work on the EBS shelf and slope. And you'll recall that we had to stop doing the slope survey for a number of years, but there's still interest in some of the data in the deeper water. So our goal here, and prior to now, it's different gear that we had to use in order to accomplish those data collections. The goal moving forward is to try and use the same gear. And again, make sure that we're representing appropriate depths with the same gear allows us to move forward efficiently, but not limit ourselves just to the shallower waters. And then again, the next steps are working with the flume tank work. This allows us to put scale models together to consider how the nets will perform. And there are no better experts in this business than the fishermen that are using similar gear. So the intent is to bring the experts together to help optimize those designs. We're looking at better trawl door designs so that the material itself is more stable and so that we can be safer in different types of habitat and so that we can better understand the types of surveys that we can conduct moving forward. Running 15 versus 30-minute surveys, for instance, we have been stuck on 30-minute trawls for a long, long time. Can we do that in 15 minutes? Can we have our footprint and still have a similar quality of data coming into this process? That requires data. It requires data to change that process to understand what the impact is. These species are not all randomly distributed throughout the ocean. So the impacts are going to vary on species. So this is something that there's been a number of studies already done. This has been part of an international discussion through ICES body to consider the types of surveys that we could use moving forward, again, that are more effective. And then lastly, I mentioned this before, considering the upper slope and calibrating our gear to the new gear. So last slide here. The only thing I want you to know, there's some repetition here in the types of projects, but when I brought this to you in October, we weren't even imagining that we'd be doing some of the work until 2025. We are able, because of the new funding, to move forward in 2024. So again, this is really exciting that there is a national recognition that moving forward on this will improve how we provide data to these fisheries moving forward. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your report, Dr. Foy. See if Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. And that is like exciting new work going on the survey modernization. I guess I just also had a question about whether that project itself is not just looking at how to, be more efficient and modernize the actual gear. But is it also considering potential expansion? Like, is there that kind of conversation at the Science Center about areas we need to do more, not less in, or, using our efficiencies such that we're targeting areas that we think are more important than areas that were 20 years ago? Is that the kind of discussion that's also happening in addition to updating the gear and the kind of efficiency type of discussion?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for that question. And absolutely, it's critical that we be able to, and this goes back to when I talk about being more nimble. Are there areas this year we need to sample at a higher rate than 5 years from now? How is that changing with distributions? How is that changing with location, depth, et cetera? So, and that's part of the statistical design that we're working on, is to make sure that we're still representative of the distributions of the core stocks that we aim to bring into this process. So yes is the short answer. The long answer is really the gear is important, but what you just said is utterly critical given climate change. And again, given our need to be able to move and adapt. So we're very much looking forward to that aspect of the project.
Thank you for that. And just quick follow-up on, is also part of the project, or would this be a second step if we are able to be more nimble, like you described, whether that's kind of a seamless transition into the stock assessments, or whether is that a totally separate kind of thing after we move through the modernization project?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I would be remiss to use the word seamless in that process, but we are thinking about how to go about that. So it won't be a knife edge moment. It will be a transition. So as we're learning how the gear work, as we're able to do side-by-side work, and we're doing some of that this year, is the goal to do some side-by-side work. That will then provide the information to the stock assessment folks. We'll be able to vet that through the plan team process and start thinking about how a time series gets developed, either similar to the way it had been in the past, maybe separately in the models, but this is all part of the process. So, and again, why we're trying to communicate this early, we just started getting funding to continue this work. So we've got a year's worth of funding, and we hope that we can continue as it develops. The idea is to go with the entire assessment process so that it is more seamless than not, if you will. And just, I probably didn't, I think it was on the slides, but I probably didn't say it. This is a multi-year process. You know, we won't be implementing results from something like this for at least 5 years. But it will take a huge effort between now and then to get it into that place. And it makes sense. You know, it took us decades to get our survey aligned to where we stabilized it and where we believed that it was providing consistent data. It shouldn't be quick for us to change that time series and make sure that we're doing it in a way that it really is indicative of what we think is going on with the stocks.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker. Through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy, for the presentation. And I also appreciate the update on survey modernization. I'm on your draft milestone slide, and I apologize if you said this, maybe I just missed it. You do indicate both draft milestones and that they are funding dependent, and just trying to dig into that funding dependent a little bit more. Is it both the 6 milestones themselves? Some of those seem pretty mandatory in terms of the new trawl gear, as you were talking about the gear having to use new gear. Some of them so are the milestones themselves funding dependent, or is it more the potential timeline associated with it that depends? Can you just help me a little bit with how to interpret that?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thanks for the question. It is the funding that is dependent. These are the milestones of the project. Yeah, we need to achieve these successes and answers to these questions, if you will, in order to move forward. And note that the analysis aspect of this, the data flow aspect of this, is not even part of this. So first, we need to assess the feasibility of moving forward and see enough funding to continue to come through that allows us to do that, and then we move forward. So yeah, hopefully that answers the question.
And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Dr. Foy. Appreciate you continuing to keep us familiarized with what you're doing. It's incredibly important, and will just become more so. I think you were able to hear either here or at the AP, at the SSC, Ms. Latanich's sort of description about, which is really a refinement on the IRA blueprint we talked about a couple meetings ago. As I look at what you're describing, particularly for the CEFI, it appears to me that the Science Center is really prepared to support the range of activities that Ms. Latanich was describing for the council will be engaged in over the next couple of years. But I thought I'd just ask you that directly, if you're pretty comfortable that the Science Center can provide the kind of support that we're going to be really dependent on for that effort.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, short answer, yes. We're in lockstep and moving forward here in terms of how we're utilizing the IRA funds. But more importantly, how there's a recognition all the way from the the core data collection all the way up to the analysis and how we use those data in this process here. So the Science Center has made commitments towards the Climate Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative. We continue to determine how we can support an EBFM-based portfolio. And with, with variable resources, making sure that we can continue to provide the data flow that would fit, for instance, what the council's putting forward with the IRA program and some of the discussions that we're having on how to improve data provision to management under climate change. So we've got a number of processes going on here to both improve, innovate, redesign, but not lose track of what we do every day. So I would say, we've increased the complexity of those discussions. And again, we do it in lockstep with the council and with the state and with our partners.
And then my second question is about something you didn't talk about here. And that's our fishery monitoring capabilities. As I was thinking about the effort that you're having, that you're really showing leadership on relative to survey modernization, I was thinking some about the fishery monitoring program as well. We recently taken a pretty hard look at least some methods that might help us control costs and provide sort of greater efficiencies in that, and don't have the same wealth of ideas and concepts to test that you're laying out for survey modernization. And I'm afraid that's sort of to our peril. I'm just wondering what your sense is about some of the next steps on that program. And of course, in particular, I'm asking about one proposal for changing the model for procuring service providers in the partial monitoring category as one potential thing to test. But I'm wondering what's on your radar just more generally about the fishery monitoring program. That's really the other bedrock right there with surveys in terms of what we're just totally dependent on, and we've really anchored our whole fishery management framework on.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you very much for that question. And I'm going to work backwards through your question. We're very much a partner in looking at the different service provider models and trying to help provide some funds in that regard. And thank you also for acknowledging the importance of the fishery dependent data collection. It really does. It's absolutely critical to this process, but pales in comparison in terms of how much information we're able to provide. Trying to fully support full coverage, try to address the 15% coverage, and doing it in a way that represents all the change that we're seeing is very difficult given the resources that are available. So we're very aware of that. We work with our partners nationally, which, as you know, have different models in different regions. So our goal is to remain relevant in that conversation, and we do. We do continue to bring in funds at that level. Our goal has been to innovate as much as we can, and that's a balancing act. Innovating while still providing the biological data that feeds the rest of this process through stock assessment has been a balancing act, if you will. So, the short answer is that we continue to be extremely dedicated to it and try to seek those innovations. And the need to look for resources in that regard, additional resources in that regard to continue moving that forward has never been greater. The variability that we see in those data collections is the same on the fishery independent or fishery dependent side. As these stocks move, as these stocks interact, as the gears potentially interact, it's more and more important that we have the data coming off those surveys, off those fisheries. So there's a short answer there for you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. We appreciate your report, Dr. Floyd. So we have an ADF and G report, written report. Do council members have any questions on this report, or does Ms. Baker have anything to add at this point? Okay. Our Coast Guard report is also written. Any questions for Lieutenant Commander Rasky? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you. Lieutenant Commander, I was reviewing that report and just wanted to ensure kind of when we're looking through some of that data, I know some of it can be cumulative, but the 6 incursions that were talked about, is that the same 6 incursions that you reported on at our December meeting, or is this new data that we should be aware of? Oh,
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I believe this is the same information that I reported on in October. I wasn't at the December meeting, but we haven't had any incursions since around the October timeframe.
thank you for that, Claire.
Thank you. And our U.S. Fish and Wildlife report is also written and on our e-agenda. So next up would be our B8 report from the International Pacific Halibut Commission. And just a reminder to the public, any members wishing to testify, please do sign up before the end of this report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. Thank you for opportunity to present by the IPHC the outcomes of our recent meeting. My name is Basia Hutniczak, and I'm the IPHC Fisheries Regulations and Data Services Branch Manager. So here we have a presentation and okay, thank you. So the IPHC 100th session of the IPHC annual meeting was held earlier this year between 22nd and 26th of January in Anchorage. That was a hybrid meeting with over 200 attendees, that including 6 commissioners, 14 advisors, and 221 members of the public that joined either in person or remotely. All the information about the meeting is available on our webpage that is linked here. As a major decision, the Commission decided on the cost-wide decrease in comparison with the 2023 of 4.6% for the mortality limits that have been adopted differently between different IPHC regulatory areas. So here you can see the decrease that have been distributed between no change for IPHC regulatory area 2A, that includes areas from Washington to California, to decrease of 8% for the IPHC regulatory area 4B. The decrease was the same between both contracting parties, 4.6% for the United States and Canada, and that decrease represents fishing intensity of 52%. The next slides presents the detailed 2024 projections by sectors that are resulting from the adopted mortality limits. And I have here with me Dr. Stewart, who will present a more detailed stock assessment information that led to this decision on the changes in the mortality limits.
Thank you, Basha. Good afternoon, council members. I'll provide a brief science update. And first, a quick overview of some of the salient points, and then a little bit more detail on a few key concepts. So in summary, this year, our fishery independent setline survey was down 2 to 4% across the different indices that we calculate, so only a modest decline in the survey, but the fishery was down an estimated 12%, which was greater than we anticipated, and represented something that we certainly took note of. In terms of the demographics of the halibut stock currently, we are both the survey and the fisheries relying on the 2012 year class, which follows 6 poor years of recruitment leading up to that. And this is a transition from a period prior to that where we had multiple year classes in the stock that were contributing in much more equal proportions. So this 2012 year class will be particularly important in the near future. There is some evidence in the data, and I'll speak to this in a few minutes, of some potential upcoming younger year classes, but it is too early to say with any certainty how strong those are going to be on a coastwide level. Contrary to the decades-long decline in weighted age that we saw for Pacific halibut, that value has been stable over the last decade and actually increasing in the last several years. So we're starting to see some good signs of good improvement in weighted age. The spawning biomass from the stock assessment is estimated to be low relative to where we've seen the stock over the last 3 decades, with the trend being nearly flat in the near future. And the fishing intensity in last year's fishing season was the lowest in recent years at F52%. So to provide you just a little bit more detail, this figure shows in the gray bars the yield from the stock over the last just over a decade, and the blue line is the limits that have been set. And you can see that the halibut fisheries collectively achieve their limits quite closely in most years, although in the last 4 years, we've seen both as a function of certain sectors not achieving their limit and projections of some sectors coming in above what was actually realized. We've actually seen lower mortality than projected over the last 4 years. So that's actually provided a bit of a break for the stock over this last 4-year period since 2020. This provides you a little more detail on the trend that we've seen in our coastwide fishery independent setline survey. We create 3 indices from left to right. These are a relative measure of numbers, total pounds captured, and then on the right-hand side, O32 or legal size pounds captured. You see the trends are steeper for both of the indices in pounds, and this is because that combines both the change in abundance as well as change in size at age. You can also see that the trend from 2022 to 2023 in all of these was quite similar, between 2% and 4% down, which was fairly close to what we had anticipated for this year. However, when we compare those at the coastwide level to the commercial fishery, our raw logbook records indicated a 10% decrease. However, we know that we'll receive some additional logs, and based on the last 10 years of data, we expect the logs that we get post-season to actually have lower catch rates than average. So we would expect that in aggregate, about a 12% decline in the logbook records from 2022 to 2023, this following a much larger decline from 2021 to 2022. So as you can see, and there was an important point in this year's scientific results, the catch rates in the commercial fishery especially have dropped substantially in the last 2 years. And this was certainly a point of some scientific concern. As I mentioned, size at age, or in this case, weight at age, for the age range 8 to 16 years old that is most critical to the directed commercial fisheries. You see from this plot that these fish were small in the early part of the 1900s. We had very large size at age in the late 1970s, which then declined for several decades. We had a period where this was fairly flat at low levels. And now at the end of this time series, we're starting to see a slight increase in size at age. This has very large implications on the yield from the Pacific halibut stock. This level of change in weighted age implies that for the same number of fish over the rail in recent decades, we may be getting as low as half of the yield that we might have gotten, say, in the 1970s or 80s. So it speaks more to what's available to the fishery than necessarily the health of the stock, but it has very large implications for the productivity of yield. Another result we get from our surveys is an estimate of the stock distribution. We define this across 4 biological regions that are shown here in this map. And the key takeaways from the results in recent years, each of these figures shows you the proportion of the stock over the last approximately 30 years that was estimated to be distributed in each of these 4 regions. And I'll highlight a couple of trends here. First, in the bottom right-hand corner of this slide, you can see that biological region 2 is currently at its highest observed proportion of the stock. So what we've seen over the last several decades is a shift in the center of abundance and a greater fraction of the coastwide abundance occurring in the southeast portion of the stock compared to the rest of the geographic range. Correspondingly, the core of the stock, region 3, the geographic center, is now at its lowest observed level in the last 30 years. And although we can't flag this as a specific conservation concern, we recognize that this is the geographic core of the stock, and this is certainly an area of much known spawning habitat. and may be very important to the overall productivity of the stock. I'll also highlight that although we estimate an increase for biological region 4B over the last several years, there was no direct sampling in this region in 2023 and only limited sampling in 2022. And so we have a substantial amount of uncertainty in the true trend that's occurring in region 4B. The other piece of information that we draw on is the Bering Sea Trawl Survey. This figure highlights is a picture of the age distribution by year from the early 1980s to the present in the front. And you can see three distinct peaks here in this plot. And these correspond to three periods that may or may not have had large year classes associated with them. The 1987 year class was a very important year class to the Pacific halibut stock coastwide. It produced over 200 million pounds of yield from that single year class over its lifetime. The 2005 year class was a good year class. We've been fishing on that year class for a number of years and only recently transitioned to younger fish. However, that 2005 year class, although it looks much larger in the trawl data, was actually